transcranial direct current stimulation. 8. Initialism of telecommunications device for the deaf. TD Dra. Initialism of Telephone Disclosure and Dispute Resolution Act. 8. Plural of TDD. 8. Initialism of tidal disruption event astronomical phenomenon near a supermassive black hole. 80. Initialism of total daily energy expenditure. 8. Plural of TDE. 8. Abbreviation of toluene disozinate. 8. Initialism of total dissolved inorganic carbon. 8. This day in history. Plural of TDI. TDK, a Japanese multinational electronics manufacturing company headquartered in Tokyo, Japan. TDK, plural of TDK. Initialism of therapeutic drug monitoring. AMA, initialism of time division multiple access. EDMAGE, tetrakis dimethylaminogermanium, a metal organic source for germanium nitride GN in mocked semiconductors. It grows GN instead of G and is used at either high temperatures 600-800 C or with plasma because of its very low vapor pressure and higher decomposition temperature. AMA, plural of TDMA. Initialism of total digestible nutrients. DNA. Alternative form of tDNA. tDNS. Plural of tDNA. TDR. Initialism of Transgender Day of Remembrance. IDA. Alternative spelling of T. TD. Initialism of thermal design power. TDP. Initialism of torsades de points. TD. Plural of TDP. TD. Initialism of time domain reflectometer, a type of cable tester which can find where a break is located. TRS. Initialism of tracking and data relay satellite. Plural of TDR. TARSS. Initialism of tracking and data relay satellite system. TARS. Plural of TARS. AAS. Initialism of tax deducted at source. 80. Plural of TD. TSB. Abbreviation of Toronto District School Board. ADSR. One who exhibits Trump derangement syndrome. One who has an irrational hatred of Donald Trump. ADSRs. Plural of TD, sir. ADT. Terminal deoxynucleotidyltransferase. ADS. Plural of TDT. TDW. A European Defense Company. TDY. Abbreviation of temporary duty. TY. Abbreviation of today. AZ. Initialism of temporal dead zone. AZ. Plural of TDZ. If. Initialism of transporter erector. If. The realm of the dead in Egyptian mythology. Tana. A lake in Fiordland, Southland region. New Zealand, the largest in the South Island. Te Ao Maori. The Maori world, including its languages, community practices, sites of importance, etc. Te Deum. An early Christian hymn of praise. Te Deums. plural of tea dam. Te Hora, a locality in Kapiti Coast District, Wellington Region, New Zealand. Te Kawa, a rural community and hill in the Waikato region, New Zealand. Te Kingda, a small settlement on the west coast, New Zealand. Te Kuiti, a town in the King Country, Waikato region, New Zealand. Te Moana Toi, a bay and sea in the Bay of Plenty region, North Island, New Zealand. Te Puke, a town in the Bay of Plenty, New Zealand. Te Reo, the Maori language. Titu, alternative form of Deju. I, archaic form of Tihi. I, a titter, snicker. I, simple past and past participle of Tihi. I, present participle and gerund of Tihi. Is, plural of Tihi. I, initialism of training and employment agency. If, the drink made by infusing dried tea leaves or buds in hot water. Te and metals. The rewards and relaxation that follow successful completion of an undertaking. Tea and toast syndrome, a form of malnutrition among those who live on a few simple foods rather than preparing proper meals. Tea and toaster, a person usually elderly and frail with a diet lacking in nutrition. Tea and toasters, plural of tea and toaster. Tea bag, alternative spelling of teabag. Tea bagged, simple past and past participle of teabag. Tea bagging, present participle and gerund of teabag. Tea bags, plural of teabag. Tea ball, a perforated spherical metal container that holds tea leaves for steeping or brewing in hot water. Tea balls, plural of tea ball. Tea board, a board or tray for holding a tea set, a tea tray. Tea boards, plural of tea board. Tea boat, a stand for a teapot used when making China tea that collects overflowing water. Tea boats, plural of tea boat. Tea bowl, a bowl used for preparing and drinking tea. Tea bowls, plural of tea bowl. Tea bread, light spunny bread or bun accompanying tea, a tea loaf or tea cake. Tea breads, plural of tea bread. Tea break, a short break or rest period during the day when a cup of tea or coffee is drunk. Tea breaks, plural of tea break. Tea buffet, a buffet which serves food from an afternoon tea. Tea buffets, plural of tea buffet. Tea bush, synonym of tea shrub. Tea bushes, plural of tea bush. Tea caddies, plural of tea caddy. Tea caddy, a box, jar, pot, or tin used to store tea leaves. Tea candle, synonym of tea light. Tea candles, plural of tea candle. Tea card, a collectible card like a cigarette card, but distributed in packs of tea. Tea cards, plural of tea card. Tea cart, synonym of tea trolley. Tea carts, plural of tea cart. Tea ceremonies, plural of tea ceremony. Tea ceremony, a detailed ritual in Japan for preparing, serving, and drinking green tea, seen as an expression of Zen Buddhism, also any similar ritual performed in other Asian cultures. Tea chests, a standardized box made of plywood with riveted metal corners, used to transport tea to markets. Tea chest bass, a washed bass that uses a tea chest as the resonator for an upright stringed bass guitar. Tea chest basses, plural of tea chest bass. Tea chest bassist, someone who plays the tea chest bass. Tea chest bassists, plural of tea chest bassists. Tea chests, plural of tea chests. Tea clam, a small quahog. Tea clams, plural of tea clam. Tea claw, a tea towel. Tea cloth, plural of tea cloth. Tea cozy, alternative form of tea cozy. Tea cozies, plural of tea cozy. Tea cozy, an insulating cloth covering, shaped to fit over a teapot to maintain warmth. Tea cozies, plural of tea cozy. Tea cozy, alternative form of tea cozy. Teacup, alternative form of teacup. Teacups, plural of teacup. Tea dance, a late afternoon or early evening dance, typically with a live orchestra, often referred to as a palm court orchestra playing light classical music. Tea dances, plural of tea dance. Tea dress, synonym of tea gown. An Asian snack consisting of a boiled egg that is cracked and then boiled again in tea. Plural of tea. Tea fight, synonym of bun fight, formal tea party. Tea fights, plural of tea fight. Tea garden, a public garden where tea and other refreshments are served. Tea gardens, plural of tea garden. Tea gown, alternative form of tea gown. Tea gowns, plural of tea gown. Tea Green, a hamlet in Offaly Parish, North Hertfordshire District, Hertfordshire, England, east of Luton, Bedfordshire, OS Grid Ref TL 1323. Tea house, alternative spelling of tea house. Tea houses, plural of tea house. Tea Janice, plural of tea Jenny. Tea Jenny, a person who drinks a lot of tea, a tea addict, someone fussy about tea. Tea kettle, alternative form of tea kettle. Tea kettles, plural of tea kettle. Tea kitchen, tea kitchens, plural of tea kitchen. Tea ladies, plural of tea lady. Tea lady, a woman employed to provide beverages and snacks in an office or other work environment. Tea lead, thin sheet lead, used in lining tea chests. Tea lead, a dried fragment of a leaf of the tea plant used in making the drink tea. Tea leaf paradox, the phenomenon whereby tea leaves in a cup of tea migrate to the center and bottom of the cup after being stirred due to friction towards the bottom rather than being forced to the edges as would be expected in a spiral centrifuge. Tea leaves, plural of tea leaf. Tea light, alternative spelling of tea light. Tea lights, plural of tea light. Tea loaf, a bread with a cakey consistency flavored with tea and, usually, raisins, especially currants and sultanas. Tea loaves, plural of tea loaf. Tea maker, alternative form of tea maker. Tea makers, plural of tea maker. Tea mangrove, Pellasia rhizophoria, a tree of the North Pacific coast of South America. Tea money, a bribe, especially for facilitating a business dealing. Tea, an oil contained in seeds of species of Camellia, including the tea plant, used in cooking especially in southern China. Tea oil camellia, a kind of camellia from which most tea oil is manufactured, Camellia oleifera. Tea oil camellias, plural of tea oil camellia. Tea oil plant, a kind of camellia from which most tea oil is manufactured, Camellia oleifera. Tea oil plants, plural of tea oil plant. Tea oils, plural of tea oil. Tea olive, synonym of sweet osmanthus. Tea olives, plural of tea olive. Tea pad, a hash bar, a place to buy or smoke marijuana. Tea pads, plural of tea pad. Tea party, a supporter of the Tea Party political movement. Tea partiers, plural of tea partier. Tea parties, plural of tea party. Tea parties, plural of tea party. Tea party, any of various independent, fiscally conservative political groups in the 21st century United States. Tea party, a semi-formal afternoon social gathering at which tea, sandwiches, and cakes are served. Tea pet, a small figurine made of unglazed zeisha clay over which tea is poured and which gradually assumes the aroma of the tea that it absorbs. Tea pets, plural of tea pet. Tea plant, the bush Camellia sinensis, the leaves of which are picked, dried, and used to make the beverage tea. Tea plants, plural of tea plant. Tea pie, alternative form of teapot. Teapots, plural of teapot. Tea room, alternative form of tearoom, a cafe or a public lavatory. Tea rooms, plural of tea room. Tea rose, a plant of a Chinese rose species with tea-scented flowers, Rosa odorata. Tea roses, plural of tea rose. Tea sandwich, a small, dainty sandwich of the kind eaten with afternoon tea. Tea sandwiches, plural of tea sandwich. Tea service, a set of matching crockery for serving tea, normally a teapot, cups, saucers, and small plates, etc., some of which may be silver. Tea services, plural of tea service. Tea set, a set of crockery for making and serving tea, the drink. Tea sets, plural of tea set. Tea shade, a tributive form of tea shades. Tea shades, a pair of tinted eyeglasses spectacles with circular lenses. Tea shop, a shop that sells tea. Tea shops, plural of tea shop. Tea shroud, the common tea plant. Tea shrubs, plural of tea shrub. Tea stick, a stick cut from the Australian tea tree. Tea sticks, plural of tea stick. Tea strainer, a strainer used to filter loose tea leaves from brewed tea. Tea strainers, plural of tea strainer. Tea table, a small table upon which tea is set to be served. Tea tables, plural of tea table. Tea towel, a cloth made from cotton or linen for drying dishes and glassware. Tea towels, plural of tea towel. Tea tray, a tray for holding a tea service. Tea trays, plural of tea tray. Tea tree, the tea plant Camellia sinensis, from which black, green, oolong, and white tea are all obtained. Tea Tree Gully, a suburb of Adelaide, South Australia. Tea Teo, an essential oil derived from the leaves of the tea tree, Melaleuca alternifolia. Tea trees, plural of tea tree. Tea trolley, a table on wheels used to take food or drinks from the kitchen to the dining room or throughout a workplace for tea break. Tea trolleys, plural of tea trolley. Tea trolleys, plural of tea trolley. Alternative form of tea urn. And, plural of tea urn. Tea wagon, a table on wheels used to take food or drinks from the kitchen to the dining room. Tea wagons, plural of tea wagon. Tea whisk, a kitchen utensil shaped and used like a shaving brush, but typically made of bamboo rather than badger hair and manipulated up of matcha to dissolve it and make it foam. Tea whisks, plural of tea whisk. Simple past and past participle of tea. Tea and toaster, alternative spelling of tea and toaster. Tea and toasters, plural of tea and toaster. Tea bag, alternative spelling of tea bag. Tea bagged, simple past and past participle of tea bag. Tea bagging, present participle and gerund of tea bag. Tea bags, plural of tea bag. Tea board, alternative form of tea board. Tea boards, plural of tea board. Tea cat is, plural of tea caddy. Tea caddy, alternative form of tea caddy. Tea cake, alternative form of tea cake. Tea cakes, plural of tea cake. Tea cozies, plural of tea cozy. Tea cozy, alternative form of tea cozy. Teacup, alternative form of teacup. Teacups, plural of teacup. Tea grass, alternative form of tea dress. Tea dresses, plural of tea dress. Tea gown, a loose-fitting semi-formal gown made of light fabrics, worn in the late 19th and early 20th century for entertaining, especially for afternoon tea. Tea gown, wearing a tea gown. Tea gowns, plural of tea gown. Tea kettle, alternative form of tea kettle. Tea kettles, plural of tea kettle. Tea leaves, alternative form of tea leaf. Tea leafing, theft, thieving. Tea lead, resembling the leaves of the tea plant, specifically the tea-leaved willow. Tea-leaved willow, a species of willow, Salix filicifolia, native to northern Europe, Russia, and western Siberia. Tea-leaved willows, plural of tea-leaved willow. Tea leaves, plural of tea leaf. Tea leaves, having a hemline that is below the knees and above the ankle. Tea light, alternative spelling of tea light. Tea lights, plural of tea light. Teapot, alternative form of teapot. Teapots, plural of teapot. Teapoy, alternative form of teapoy. Teapoys, plural of teapoy. Tea service, archaic form of tea service. Tea services, plural of tea service. Tea set, alternative form of tea set. Tea sets, plural of tea set. TK, attributive form of tea shades. Tea table, alternative form of tea table. Tea tables, plural of tea table. Tideb, a pyrophoric mixture used as an ignition fluid in rocket engines. Tea things, the teapot, cups, saucers, etc. used when serving tea. Tea time, alternative form of tea time. Tea times, plural of tea time. Tea towel, alternative form of tea towel. Tea towels, plural of tea towel. Tea tray, alternative form of tea tray. Tea trays, plural of tea tray. An urn or pot with a gravita-fed tap at the bottom, used to hold hot water, hot tea or hot coffee. Ans, plural of tea airing. Tea whisk, alternative spelling of tea whisk. Tea whisk is plural of tea whisk. Tobacco, a tobacco substitute illicitly made in prisons from tea and nicotine. Tea that, a cloth or paper sachet containing tea leaves or herbal tea, designed to act as an infuser when submerged in hot water. Tea bag folding, a form of origami in which small squares of paper bearing symmetrical designs are folded so as to interlock and produce a three-dimensional version of the design. Tea bagged, simple past and past participle of tea bag. Tea bagger, a machine that packages tea into tea bags. Tea batters, plural of tea bagger. Tea bedding, present participle and gerund of tea bag. Tea baggings, plural of tea bagging. Tea beddy, of, related to, or characteristic of the Tea Party movement. Teebajistan, an idealized, rural, conservative version of America as recalled by Tea Party members. Teabak Blythe, resembling or characteristic of a tea bag. Tea dads, plural of tea bag. Tea ball, alternative form of tea ball. Tea balls, plural of tea ball. Tea berries, plural of tea berry. Tea berry, a berry which is the fruit of a small shrub native to northeastern North America, Gaultheria procumbens eastern teaberry, American wintergreen, boxberry, checkerberry. Tea board, a tea tray. Tea boards, plural of tea board. Teru, a non-British person who is obsessed with British culture and media, an Anglophile. Teru, plural of tea boo. Tea bowl, alternative form of tea bowl. Tea bowls, plural of tea bowl. Tea box, a box for carrying or storing tea, a tea chest or tea caddy. Tea boxes, plural of tea box. Tiba, a young man employed to prepare tea the drink. Tidois, plural of tea boy. Ida, a commune of Bistrica Sud County, Romania. Tikades, plural of tikadi. Tihi, alternative form of tea caddy. Tide, a cake flavored with tea. Tea cakes, plural of tea cake. Tea car, a mobile cart from which tea the drink is distributed or sold. Tea carts, plural of tea cart. Id, nickname for a teacher. Teach away, in patent law, to describe the solution to a problem in a way that excludes a particular alternative to solving that problem addressed by a later invention. Teach grandma how to suck eggs. Alternative letter case form of teach grandma how to suck eggs. Teach grandma how to suck eggs. To tell an expert how to do things. Teach grandma to suck eggs. Alternative form of teach grandma how to suck eggs. Teach grandma to suck eggs. Alternative form of teach grandma how to suck eggs. Teach out. To continue to teach a discontinued course to those pupils who are already enrolled. Teach school. To work as a teacher in a school. To be a school teacher. Teach someone a lesson. To punish someone for a serious transgression they have committed so that they do not commit it again. Teach someone who's the boss. Alternative form of show who's boss. Teach the controversy. To teach that life forms may have been created almost in their current form by ascension being in a manner consistent with Christian dogmata rather than as a result of ordinary evolution, and that the theory of evolution is controversial. Teach to the tests. To teach in preparation for a standardized test, focusing narrowly on the material that will appear in the test. Teach who's boss. Alternative form of show who's boss. Teach who's the boss. Alternative form of show who's boss. Teaching, an extended session of lectures, debates, or discussions on a matter of public interest, usually social or political, as a form of protest. Teach-ins, plural of teach-in. Teachability, the state or condition of being teachable. Teachable, capable of being taught, apt to learn. Teachable agent, an artificial intelligence used at a university that simulates a pupil or learner to help promote students' understanding of metacognitive skills. Teachable agents, plural of teachable agent. Teachable moment, the time at which learning a topic becomes easiest. Teachable moments, plural of teachable moment. Teachableness, the state or condition of being teachable. Teachablenesses, plural of teachableness. Teachables, plural of teachable. Teachably, in a teachable manner. One of the series of boilers in which the cane juice is treated in making sugar, especially the last boiler of the series. Simple past and past participle of teach. Teacher, a person who teaches, especially when employed in a school. Preceptor, Teacher Appreciation Week, a special week in many schools, especially in the United States, which is dedicated to the appreciation of teachers, especially by the students of the schools, usually celebrated in early May. Teacher Work Day, alternative form of Teacher Work Day. Teacher work days. Plural of teacher work day. Teacher workday. Used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See teacher workday. Teacher workdays. Plural of teacher workday. Teachers a teaching assistant. Teacher's aides. Plural of teacher's aide. Teacher's desk. A desk at the front of a school classroom used by a teacher. In grade schools, these often resemble tables or desks with cabinets. At the university level, lecterns are often encountered. Teacher's pet. A student who is perceived to be favored by the teacher. Teacher's pets. Plural of teacher's pet. Teacher-centered. Focusing on a teacher. Teacherage. The role or office of a teacher. Teacherages. Plural of teacherage. Teacher-centric. Focusing on a teacher. Teacherdom. The realm or sphere of teachers. Teacher. Having a teacher or teachers. Teacherese. The sort of language spoken by teachers. Teacheress. A female teacher. Teacheresses. Plural of teacheress. Teacher. The state or condition of being a teacher. Teachering. The act or process of being a teacher. Teacherish. Synonym of teacherly. Teacherless. Without a teacher. Teacher-like. Resembling or characteristic of a teacher. Teacherly. Of or relating to teachers. Teacherness. The quality of being a teacher who is proficient at teaching. Teachers. Plural of teacher. Teachers Village East. A barangay of Quezon City, Metro Manila, Philippines. Teachers Village West. A barangay of Quezon City, Metro Manila, Philippines. Teachers Pets. Plural of teachers' pets. Teachership. The position or role of a teacher. Teacherships. Plural of teachership. Teachery. Synonym of teacherly. HS. Third person singular simple present indicative of teach. Teaches away. Third person singular simple present indicative of teach away. Teaches grandma how to suck eggs. Third person singular simple present indicative of teach grandma how to suck eggs. Teaches grandma how to suck eggs. Third person singular simple present indicative of teach grandma how to suck eggs. Teaches grandma to suck eggs. Third person singular simple present indicative of teach grandma to suck eggs. Teaches grandma to suck eggs. Third person singular simple present indicative of teach grandma to suck eggs. Teaches someone a lesson. Third person singular simple present indicative of teach someone a lesson. Teaches the controversy. Third person singular simple present indicative of teach the controversy. Teaches. Second person singular simple present indicative of teach. Teacher. Third person singular simple present indicative of teach. Titi. A surname from German. Titis. Plural of teachy. Teachin. Pronunciation spelling of teaching. Teaching. Something taught by a religious or philosophical authority. Teaching assistant. A person who assists a teacher with instructional responsibilities, often by supporting students with learning disabilities or physical disabilities. Teaching assistants. Plural of teaching assistant. Teaching away. Present participle and gerund of teach away. Teaching grandma how to suck eggs. Present participle and gerund of teach grandma how to suck eggs. Teaching grandma how to suck eggs. Present participle and gerund of teach grandma how to suck eggs. Teaching grandma to suck eggs. Present participle and gerund of teach grandma to suck eggs. Teaching grandma to suck eggs. Present participle and gerund of teach grandma to suck eggs. Teaching hospital. A hospital in which trainee doctors obtain practical training and experience. Teaching hospitals. Plural of teaching hospital. Teaching someone a lesson. Present participle and gerund of teach someone a lesson. Teaching the controversy. Present participle and gerund of teach the controversy. Teachless. Deprived or devoid of teaching. Teachingly. So as to teach. Teachings. Plural of teaching. Teach us. Not teachable, incorrigible. Teach out. A surname from Dutch. Teach outs. Plural of teach out. Tigris. Alternative form of teacher. Tigresses. Plural of tigris. Teachray. Worth being taught. Preaky. Didactic. Tending toward excessive moraling or personal instruction. Obsolete spelling of teaching. Tequat. A tea towel. Tequas. Plural of tequa. Tegacies. Plural of tecacy. Tithasi. Alternative form of tea cozy. Tita. A small cup, usually with a handle, commonly used for drinking tea, normally sits in a saucer as part of a tea set. Teacup and saucer. A type of 19th century English comedy pioneered by T.W. Robertson, characterized by natural dialogue and down-to-earth domestic settings. Teacup dog. Synonym of teacup puppy. Teacup dogs. Plural of teacup dog. Teacup puppies. Plural of teacup puppy. Teacup puppy. A particularly small toy dog. Teacupful. A unit of measure, the capacity or volume of a teacup. Teacupfuls. Plural of teacupful. Teacuply. Resembling a teacup. Teacus. Plural of teacup. Teacups full. Plural of teacupful. Id. Alternative form of teed torch. Id. Misspelling of teed torch. Id. Plural of teed. Tea dress. Alternative form of tea dress. Tea dresses. Plural of tea dress. Id. Plural of teed. Id. Simple past and past participle of tea. Do it. A perforated lidded spoon for the rapid preparation of a single cup of tea. Yet. Plural of tiet. Taver. A surname from German. Tawards. Plural of Tiefer. Hedda. A male given name from Irish. Tegans. Plural of Tegan. Tigrelin. Any of a class of alkylated flavonoid tetraglycosides found in some oolong tea varieties. Tigrelins. Plural of tigrelin. Tadal. A surname. Tadal. Simple past and past participle of teagle. Tegals. Plural of teagle. Teagling. Present participle and gerund of teagle. Tea gown. alternative form of tea gown. Tea gown, alternative form of tea gown. Tea gowns, plural of tea gown. If a male given name from Irish. Teagelland, Ireland. Teagelander, a person from Ireland. Teagelanders, plural of Teagelander. Teams, plural of tea. Teahades, an affiliate of the Tea Party movement, particularly an overzealous one. Teahades, plural of teahades. Teaad, a habitual marijuana smoker. Teads, plural of teahad. Tea house, a cafe or restaurant that serves tea, usually with light food. Tea houses, plural of tea house. Present participle and gerund of tea. Resembling or characteristic of tea. An extremely durable timber highly valued for shipbuilding and other purposes, yielded by Tectona grandis and Tectona spp. Teak moth, any moth of the family Hibliidae. Teak moths, plural of teak moth. Teak oil, a type of wood finishing oil used to protect and nourish wood. Teak oils, plural of teak oil. Tea kettle, a vessel used to boil water for tea or other hot beverages. Tea kettle groom, a man employed in a small household in charge of the coach, garden, and general work. Tea kettle grooms, plural of tea kettle groom. Tea kettle, simple past and past participle of tea kettle. Tea cattler, a creature in North American folklore said to resemble a small stub-legged dog with the ears of a cat, whose cry resembles a boiling tea kettle. Tea kettlers, plural of tea kettler. Tea kettles, plural of tea kettle. Tea kettling, present participle and gerund of tea kettle. Plural of teak. Takeaway, wood of a teak tree. Takewoods, plural of teak wood. Tea, resembling or characteristic of teak. Initialism of Tasman Empire Airways Limited, the foreigner to Air New Zealand. Abbreviation of Tithel Aluminium. A surname transferred from the nickname. Teal deer. Overly verbose, long-winded. Teal independent. An independent politician who espouses environmentally and socially progressive but economically conservative ideas, especially in the context of a group of independent candidates who ran in the 2022 federal election. Teal independent, plural of teal independent. ALC, alternative spelling of teal seed. Teal seeds, plural of teal seed. Tealthe, a village and civil parish in West Lindsey District, Lincolnshire, England. OS Grid Ref TF 1590. Tealby Thor, a hamlet in Tealby Parish, West Lindsey District, Lincolnshire, England. OS Grid Ref TF 1490. A surname. A-leaf, alternative form of tea leaf. Tailiers, plural of tea leaf. Tailories, plural of tailory. Tailory, an enclosure for housing teal before they are killed and eaten. Eos, plural of teal. Eos, without Tea. Taillessness. Absence of tea the drink. Taillon. The Tea Party movement in 21st century American politics, when considered to be a conservative religious movement similar to the Taliban. Tea light. A small, typically circular candle encased in a thin metal cup so that it liquefies completely when lit and burns as a wick immersed in molten wax. Tea lights. Plural of tea light. Tea light. Resembling tea the drink or plant or some aspect of it. Tailish, somewhat teal in color. Tealize, non-standard spelling of tealite. Tailites, plural of tealite. A surname. Tealize, an orthorhombic dipyramidal mineral containing lead, sulfur, and tin. Eos, plural of teal. Teonis, the condition of being teal. Teos, plural of teal. Any group of people involved in the same activity, especially sports or work. Team building, alternative form of team building. Team deathmatch, a competitive mode found in multiplayer shooter games in which teams of usually 2 competitors attempt to assassinate each other. If there are more than 2 teams, the variant term multi-team deathmatch may be used. Team deathmatches. Plural of team deathmatch. Team Edward, the faction of Twilight fandom which prefers Bella Swan in a romantic relationship with Edward Cullen. Team game, a game played in a team as opposed to individually. Team games, plural of team game. Team JB, the name of the team of athletes that represent the United Kingdom in the Olympic Games. Team human, those people who favor humans over artificial intelligence. Team Jaco, the faction of Twilight fandom which prefers Bella Swan in a romantic relationship with Jacob Black. Team Ministries, plural of team ministry. Team ministry, a ministry which administers multiple parishes. Team player, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see team player. Team players, plural of team player. Team pursuit, a discipline in track cycling where 2 opposing teams of up to 4 cyclists start on opposite sides of the velodrome track and try to catch their opponents or get a faster time over a predecided distance. Team pursuits, plural of team pursuit. Team sheet, alternative form of team sheet. Team sheets, plural of team sheet. Team spirit, camaraderie, willingness to cooperate with others. Team sport, a sport played by 2 competing teams. Team sports, plural of team sport. Team time trial, a road bicycle race in which teams of cyclists race against the clock. Team time trials, plural of team time trial. Team track, a railroad siding where customers can load and unload freight cars themselves. Team tracks, plural of team track. Team up, to join into a team or into teams. Team up with, to associate with another in a joint enterprise. Teammate, alternative spelling of teammate. Teammates, plural of teammate. Team up, alternative form of team up. Team ups, plural of team up. Tea maker, a person who makes tea the drink. Tea makers, plural of tea maker. Tea making, the preparation of tea the drink. Team builder, a team building activity. Team builders, plural of team builder. Team building. Activities designed to improve the performance of a team. Team. Simple past and past participle of team. Teamed up. Simple past and past participle of team up. Teamed up with. Simple past and past participle of team up with. Tia. A teamster, one who drives animals. Tias. Plural of teamio. Teamer. A surname. Teamers. Plural of teamer. Tail. The amount that constitutes a team. Tails. Plural of teamful. Team. Teammate. Team is. Plural of teamy. Teaming. Present participle and gerund of team. Teaming up. Present participle and gerund of team up. Teaming up with. Present participle and gerund of team up with. Teamings. Plural of teaming. Team bell. To kill another player on one's own team. Team bell. Simple past and past participle of team kill. Team pillar. One who team kills. Team pillars. Plural of team killer. Team killing. Present participle and gerund of team kill. Team kills. Third person singular simple present indicative of team kill. Teamless. Without a team. Teamlessness. Absence of a team. Team-like. Resembling or characteristic of a team. Teammate. One who is on the same team. Teammates. Plural of teammate. Imply. A competitive gameplay mode in which players are grouped into teams. Teas. Plural of team. Teams are. Third person singular simple present indicative of team up. Teams up with. Third person singular simple present indicative of team up with. TV. A document that lists the current or proposed members of a team. Team meets. Plural of team sheet. Team sheet. The condition, faculty, or practice of working as a team. Collaboration, teamwork. Team ships. Plural of team ship. Team sport. Alternative form of team sport. Team sports. Plural of team sport. Teamster. A member of the Teamsters labor union, usually a truck driver. Teamster tea. A leafless desert shrub of the U.S. Southwest in the genus Ephedra, used to make an herbal tea. Teamsters. Plural of teamster. Tema. A joining of forces, especially between allies in a work of fiction. Team-ups. Plural of team-up. Team-Y. Occurring or extending throughout a team. Team-wise. With regard to a team. Teamwork. The cooperative effort of a team of people to achieve a common goal. Teamwork makes the dream work. It is easier to achieve major goals when working as a team. Teamworker. One who works as part of a team. Teamworkers. Plural of teamworker. Teamworking. Work carried out as a team. Tan. Alternative form of tan. Tana. A settlement of local Amerindians and the ridge it was situated on. Aans. Plural of teen. Tiva. a vessel for brewing and serving tea. Teapot effect, the phenomenon whereby a liquid being poured from a container runs down the spout or the body of the container instead of flowing out in an arc. Teapotful, as much as a teapot will hold. Teapotfuls, plural of teapotful. Teapotism, belief in the existence of Russell's teapot, an undetectable teapot orbiting between Earth and Mars. Teapot-like, resembling or characteristic of a teapot. Teapots, plural of teapot. Teapotsful, plural of teapotful. Tablet, originally a three-legged decorative stand or table, now, especially one with recesses for holding tea caddies and hands or a tea service. Teapois, plural of teapoy. Tear, a drop of clear, salty liquid produced from the eyes by crying or irritation. Tira cath, to overact, to violently rant and rave on stage. Tira strip off someone, to scold vigorously. Tear along, to run quickly along somewhere. Tear and wear, synonym of wear and tear. Tear apart, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see tear apart. Tear ass, to move extremely quickly, to haul ass. Tear at, to pull at violently. Tear away, to remove oneself or another person, overcoming that person's reluctance to be so removed. Tear blower, a glass tube filled with menthol crystals which are propelled into an actor's eyes to induce tears. Tear blowers, plural of tear blower. Tear catcher, a kind of ornamental glass vase with a fixture shaped for a person's eye, supposed to be used to collect tears of sorrow. Tear catchers, plural of tear catcher. Tear down, to demolish. Tear dress, a type of long calico dress worn by Cherokee women. Tear duct, a duct that transports tears from the lacrimal sac to the nasal cavity. Tear ducts, plural of tear duct. Tear fluid, lacrimal fluid. Tear fluids, plural of tear fluid. Tear gas, any lacrimatory, non-lethal chemical compound that causes the eyes to sting and water and slash or irritates the respiratory system, mostly used for controlling crowds during riots or as self-defense. Tear gases, plural of tear gas. Tear gas, simple past and past participle of tear gas. Tear gases, plural of tear gas. Tear gassing, present participle and gerund of tear gas. Tear gland, synonym of lacrimal gland. Tear glands, plural of tear gland. Tear into, to subject to a heady attack, physical or figurative. Tear it up, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see tear it up. Tearjerker, alternative spelling of tearjerker. Tearjerkers, plural of tearjerker. Tearlie, in a classified intelligence report, the point at which the confidential version of a report ends often marked by a series of dashes, and a sanitized version suitable for sharing with the public begins. Tear lines, plural of tear line. Tear off, to rip away from, to pull a piece from forcibly. Tear offs, plural of tear off. Tear one's hair, to pull at one's own hair in a frenzy of grief or rage. Tear one's hair out, to be act with extreme agitation. Tear out, to remove by tearing. Tear pit, alternative form of tear bit. Tear resistance, the resistance level of a material that can withstand the effect of cracking or tearing. Tear sac, synonym of lacrimal sac. Tear sacs, plural of tear sac. Tear sheet, a page torn from a periodical. Tear sheets, plural of tear sheet. Tear someone a new asshole, synonym of tear someone a new one. Tear someone a new one, to express great anger toward a person for some perceived offense or shortcoming, to castigate. Tear someone off a strip, alternative form of tear a strip off someone. Tear a stick of wax impregnated with menthol applied beneath an actor's eyes to induce tears. Tear sticks, plural of tear stick. Tear strips off someone, alternative form of tear a strip off someone. Tear to pieces, to tear apart. Tear up, to tear into pieces. Tear up the dance floor, to engage vigorously in dancing. Tear up the pea patch, to put on a notable performance, especially in sports, to go on a rampage. Tear ass, to move extremely quickly, to rush. Tear ass, simple past and past participle of tear ass. Tear asses, third person singular simple present indicative of tear ass. Tear-assing, present participle and gerund of tear-ass. Tear-rimmed, with tears that brim but are not yet falling. Tear-gat, an overactor. Tear-cats, plural of tear-cat. Tear-down, alternative spelling of tear-down. Tear-downs, plural of tear-down, alternative spelling of tear-downs. Tear-gas, alternative spelling of tear gas. Tear gases, third person singular simple present indicative of tear gas. Tear gas, simple past and past participle of tear gas. Tear gassing, present participle and gerund of tear gas. Tearjerker, alternative spelling of tearjerker. Tearjerkers, plural of tearjerker. Tear-jerking, alternative spelling of tear-jerking. Tear-mouth, a blustering, boisterous person. Tear-mouse, plural of tear-mouth. Tear-off, a strip or sheet of paper, plastic, film, etc. that is designed to be removed by tearing or pulling off. Tear-offs, plural of tear off. Tear-is, alternative form of tear-bit. Tear-stain, alternative form of tear-stained. Tear-throat, a blustering, boisterous person. Tear-rots, plural of tear-throat. Tear-a, a fie, a scrap. Tear-ups, plural of tear-up. Terrible, able to be torn. Terribly, such that it can be torn. Tearabout, synonym of tearaway. Tearabouts, plural of tearabout. Tearaway, an impetuous and reckless person who is difficult to control, a hothead. Tearaways, plural of tearaway. Tear-rimmed, alternative form of tear-brimmed. Tear-down, a well-maintained structure purchased and torn down to make way for a new structure. Tear-downs, plural of tear-town. Tear-ra, a single tear clear, salty liquid secreted by the eye. Teardrop tomato, synonym of pear tomato. Teardrop tomatoes. Plural of teardrop tomato. Teardrop trailer. A compact, lightweight trailer for travel, having a teardrop-shaped profile. Teardrop trailers. Plural of teardrop trailer. Teardrop tubeschutter. A deep-water ray-finned fish, hold Bienia inesi. Teardrop tubeschutters. Plural of teardrop tubeschutter. Teardrops. Plural of teardrop. Ter. A surname from Scottish Gaelic. Ter. Simple past and past participle of tear produce liquid from the eyes. Teared up. Simple past and past participle of tear up. Terror. One who tears or rends anything. Terrors. Plural of terror. That. Plural of tear. Tearus. Second person singular simple present indicative of tear. Tira. Third person singular simple present indicative of tear. Tearl. Accompanied by tears, crying, or about to cry. Tearole. In a tearful manner. Tearfulness. The quality of being tearful. Tearfulness is plural of tearfulness. Tear gas. Alternative spelling of tear gas. Tear gases. Plural of tear gas. Tear gas. Simple past and past participle of tear gas. Tear gases. Third person singular simple present indicative of tear gas. Alternative spelling of tear gases. Tear gassing. Present participle and gerund of tear gas. Comparative form of teary, more teary. Superlative form of teary, most teary. Tearily. In a teary manner. Tear. Pronunciation, spelling of tearing. Teariness. The state or condition of being teary. Terror. Present participle and gerund of tear. Tearing a cat. Present participle and gerund of tear a cat. Tearing along. Present participle and gerund of tear along. Tearing apart. Present participle and gerund of tear apart. Tearing ass. Present participle and gerund of tear ass. Tearing at. Present participle and gerund of tear at. Tearing away. Present participle and gerund of tear away. Tearing down. Present participle and gerund of tear down. Tearing into. Present participle and gerund of tear into. Tearing it up. Present participle and gerund of tear it up. Tearing off. Present participle and gerund of tear off. Tearing one's hair out. Present participle and gerund of tear one's hair out. Tearing out. Present participle and gerund of tear out. Tearing someone a new asshole. Present participle and gerund of tear someone a new asshole. Tearing someone a new one. Present participle and gerund of tear someone a new one. Tearing to pieces. Present participle and gerund of tear to pieces. Tearing up. Present participle and gerund of tear up. Tearing up the dance floor. Present participle and gerund of tear up the dance floor. Tearing up the pea patch. Present participle and gerund of tear up the pea patch. Tearingly. With a tearing or ripping motion. Tearings. Plural of tearing. Tearjerker. An emotionally charged film, novel, song, opera, television episode, etc., usually with one or more sad passages or ending, so termed because it suggests one is likely to cry during its performance. Tearjerkers, plural of tearjerker. Tearjerking. Emotionally charged so as to induce sorrow. Tearjerkingly, in a tear-jerking manner. Tear, a surname. Tearless, without tears. Tearlessly, in a tearless way, without tears. Tearlessness, absence of tears, lack of weeping. Do it, a little tear droplet from the eye. Tearlets, plural of tearlet. Tearli, resembling or characteristic of a teardrop of liquid from the eye. Tear, obsolete spelling of term. Tears, plural of term. Tariff, alternative form of tear off. Teros, plural of tariff. Teru, a cafe which serves tea, usually with light food. Terums, plural of terum. Tear out, synonym of blowout. Tearouts, plural of tear out. Tira, a preorbital gland of many species of deer, antelopes, or similar animals. Tirits, plural of tirpit. Terbu, resistant to being torn. Tir, plural of tear. Tear's a cat. Third person singular simple present indicative of tear a cat. Tears along. Third person singular simple present indicative of tear along. Tears apart. Third person singular simple present indicative of tear apart. Tears ass. Third person singular simple present indicative of tear ass. Tears ass. Third person singular simple present indicative of tear ass. Tears away. Third person singular simple present indicative of tear away. Tears before bedtime. Harm or damage that is incurred before a matter is concluded. Tears down. Third person singular simple present indicative of tear down. Tear into. Third person singular simple present indicative of tear into. Tear it up. Third person singular simple present indicative of tear it up. Tears of sin. Lawrence. The Perseid meteor shower, which typically occurs every year in mid-August. On or near the feast day of St. Lawrence. Tears of wine. A ring of clear liquid forming into drops near the top of a glass of fortified wine, the result of differential evaporation of alcohol and subsequent changes in surface tension, an example of the Marangoni effect. Tears off. Third person singular simple present indicative of tear off. Tears one's hair out. Third person singular simple present indicative of tear one's hair out. Tears out. Third person singular simple present indicative of tear out. Tears someone a new asshole. Third person singular simple present indicative of tears someone a new asshole. Tears someone a new one. Third person singular simple present indicative of tears someone a new one. Tears to pieces. Third person singular simple present indicative of tear to pieces. Tear up. Third person singular simple present indicative of tear up. Tears up the dance floor. Third person singular simple present indicative of tear up the dance floor. Tears up the pea patch. Third person singular simple present indicative of tear up the pea patch. Teary. A single page of some publication containing a specific advertisement, table, or article in print. Teareats. plural of tear sheet. Tear song, mark by tears or weeping. Tear stain, any stain produced from tears from the eye. Tear stained, stained with tears. Tear stains, plural of tear stain. Tear street, streak with tears. Tearsra, a strip of material designed to be torn to open a package. Tear strips, plural of tear strip. 2. Tending towards scouring diarrheal illness in grazing livestock, being high in molybdenum content and neutral to alkaline in pH. Terraform, any of a group of annual vine plants within the genus Polygonum with small sharp spines covering the stems. Terrafums, plural of terrafum. Tearness, the condition of being teared. Teary, of a person having eyes filled with tears, inclined to cry. Teary, having tears in one's eyes as if from crying. It, plural of the it, plural of tea. Teasable, able to be teased. Tea-style, a surname. Tea-styles, plural of tea-style. It, to separate the fibers of a fibrous material. Teas and blues, alternative form of TS and blues. Tease apart, to carefully separate two interlaced or interlocking items. To figuratively separate two opposing or overlapping concepts. Tease out, to unravel, figuratively by extension to determine. Solve. Teasable, alternative spelling of teasable. Is, simple past and past participle of tease. Teased apart, simple past and past participle of tease apart. Teased out, simple past and past participle of tease out. Is, one who is teased. He is, plural of tease. He is rife with teasing. They are any of several plants of the genus Dipsacus. Al, simple past and past participle of teasel. Teower, one who uses teasels for raising an apple. On cloth. Teoers, plural of teasler. Teaseling, present participle and gerund of teasel. Teout, simple past and past participle of teasel. Teower, alternative form of teasler. Teours, plural of teaseler. Teaslike, resembling or characteristic of a teasel. Teeling, present participle and gerund of teasel. Teals, plural of teasel. Tailor, one who teases or pokes fun. Teaser rate, an initial, relatively low rate of interest on an adjustable rate mortgage designed to attract borrowers. Teaser rates, plural of teaser rate. Tailors, plural of teaser. As, plural of tease. Teases apart. Third person singular simple present indicative of tease apart. Teases out. Third person singular simple present indicative of tease out. Tease song, characterized or marked by teasing. Teases, second person singular simple present indicative of tease. Te, alternative form of teaset. Teal, third person singular simple present indicative of tease. Es, plural of teaset. T-shade, attributive form of T-shades. T-shades, alternative form form of tea shades. Misspelling of t-shirt. Tea shop, alternative spelling of tea shop. Tea shops, plural of tea shop. Tease, pronunciation spelling of teasing. Teasing, present participle and gerund of tease. Teasing apart, present participle and gerund of tease apart. Teasing out, present participle and gerund of tease out. Teasingly, in a teasing way or manner. Teasings, plural of teasing. Tail, alternative spelling of teasel. Tail, simple past and past participle of teasel. Tails, plural of teasel. Taily, a surname. Tailies, plural of teasly. Teasling, present participle and gerund of teasel. Teamed, a household appliance for making tea automatically. Teasmades, plural of teasme. Teasfur, a small spoon used to stir the contents of a cup or glass. Teaspooned, simple past and past participle of teaspoon. Teaspoonful, a unit of capacity equal to the amount a teaspoon can hold, which is taken approximately as 5 ml. Teaspoonfuls, plural of teaspoonful. Teaspooning, present participle and gerund of teaspoon. Teaspoons, plural of teaspoon. Teaspoonsful, plural of teaspoonful. Teester, a surname. Testosterone, the phytosteroid 22R23R3 beta 2223 trihydroxy 5 alpha campiston 6-1. Teasters, plural of teaster. Inclined to tease, teasing. A surname from German. Teetaball, alternative form of tea table. Teedaballs, plural of teetable. Teetar, a supporter of the Tea Party movement. Teetards, plural of teetard. Teetar, the part of a milking machine that covers the teat of a cow. Teatkevis, plural of teacup. Teeta, having teats. Teeter, a surname. Teeters, plural of teeter. It, alternative form of tat. Id, simple past and past participle of teed. Teeter, a surname. Teethers, plural of teether. Teeth, plural of tea. Teeta, present participle and gerund of tea. Tea time, the traditional time in the late afternoon for serving tea the meal. Tea times, plural of tea time. Teed, alternative form of tetish. Titless, without a teat. Teat-like, resembling or characteristic of a teat. Tea owl, alternative form of tea towel. Tea owls, plural of tea towel. Tea tax, an attempt to remove harmful toxins from the body by consuming tea. Tea tray, alternative spelling of tea tray. Tea trays, plural of tea tray, alternative spelling of tea trays. Teats, plural of teat. Tita, a female given name. Teaware, articles used in the preparation and drinking of tea. Teawes, plural of teaware. Teawis, alternative spelling of tea whisk. Teawistis, plural of tea whisk. Dated spelling of tea. T-hole, the opening in a glass furnace through which fuel is introduced. T-holes, plural of T's hole. A is simple past and past participle of tease. Ela, dated form of teasel. Ealt, simple past and past participle of teasel. Teaseling, present participle and gerund of teasel. Ealt, simple past and past participle of teasel. Teaseling, present participle and gerund of teasel. Tails, plural of teasel. Tailor, Senate whip, an implement for informal corporal punishment, formerly used in the Royal Navy. Tailors, plural of teaser. As, third person singular simple present indicative of tease. Teething, present participle and gerund of tease. Teethings, plural of teasing. Tail, alternative spelling of teasel. Al, simple past and past participle of teasel. Tail, plural of teasel. Tealing, present participle and gerund of teasel. F, acronym of trithylborane C2HB. Eva, a female given name. Teve, a barangay of San Carlos, Pangasinan, Philippines. Tara, a dais or rostrum for the reader in a synagogue. Tebasaki, a Japanese form of deep-fried chicken wings. Teve, a village and civil parish in Eden District, Cumbria, England. OS Grid Ref NY 6104. Ev, a surname originating as a patronymic. Temet, a sandstorm. Tedads, plural of tebad. Ev, a surname. Ed, plural of teb. Ed, a surname originating as a patronymic. 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 Teba, a surname originating as a patronymic. Ed, a surname originating as a patronymic. Abscess, plural of tebs. Tabu, alternative form of talbu. Tada, a surname originating as a patronymic. Tada, a surname originating as a patronymic. A surname from French. Tebos, plural of tebo. Ebeldi, synonym of African baobab. Ebeldes, plural of tebeldi. Tebentafus, an anti-cancer medication used to treat uveal melanoma. Tadespes, a town and commune in Algeria. Tebessa, a city, the capital of Tebessa province, northeast Algeria. Ada, alternative form of Tebet. Tevet, dated form of Tevet, a month in the Jewish calendar. Tebai, the IEC prefix meaning 2 equals 1024 4 equals 1,99,511,627,776. Compare Terra, meaning 10 2 equals 1004 equals 1 trillion, a trillion. Tababed, strictly, to 1024.4, or 1,099,511,627,776 bits, or to 1024 gigabits, as opposed to a terabit. Petabytes, plural of tebabit. Tebabyte, strictly, to 1024.4, or 1,099,511,627,776 bytes, or to 1024 gigabytes, as opposed to a terabyte. Petabytes, plural of tebabyte. Tebing Tinggi, a city in North Sumatra, Indonesia. Tebidenum, a particular carbapenem antibiotic. Tebiang, a barangay of Siquijor, Philippines. Teblai, a surname. Tebow, a surname. Tebas, plural of Tebow. Tepo, a surname from French equivalent to English Theobald. Teboing, alternative form of teboing. Tabu, alternative form of talbu. Tebuconazole, alternative form of tebuconazole. Tebuconazole, a triazole fungicide used agriculturally to treat pathogenic fungi. Tebuphenoxy, misspelling of tebufenazide. Tebufenazide, the insecticide and tert-butyl N4-ethylbenzoyl 3,5-dimethylbenzohydrazide. Tebufenpyrad, a pyrazole acaricide and insecticide commonly used in commercial greenhouses. Tebuquine, an antimalarial drug. Tebutam, a liquid herbicide. Tebuthiorin, a non-selective broad-spectrum herbicide of the urea class. Initialism of thermoelectric cooler, an electrical heat transferring device which applies the Peltier effect. Alternative form of tech detective. Tech dieting. Alternative form of technical dieting. TECA, abbreviation of tetrachloroethane. Tekadenosin, a vasodilator. Tecapon, a town in Usulután Department, El Salvador. Tecastemazole, a histamine 1 receptor antagonist. Tessaleukin, a therapeutic interleukin. Technology. Tech abuse, the use of information technology, including social media and internet-connected devices installed in homes to perpetrate sexual or domestic violence, abuse, or bullying. Tech baron, a prominent and influential technology entrepreneur. Tech barons, plural of tech baron. Tech bro, a hypermasculine man employed in the tech industry and stereotypically located in Silicon Valley. Tech bros, plural of tech bro. Debt, technical debt. Tech diving, alternative form of technical diving. Tech giant, a large company or corporation which works in the technology industry. Tech guru, an influential advisor or mentor in technology. Tech gurus, plural of tech guru. Tech head, alternative form of tech head. Tech heads, plural of tech head. Tech house, a subgenre of house music that combines stylistic features of techno with house. Tech neck pain, stiffness, and discomfort resulting from poor posture while using electronic devices, for example smartphones, tablets, and computers. Tech necks, plural of tech neck. Tech noir, a genre of film, science fiction film noir cinema. Tech noirs, plural of tech noir. Tech stack. Flipped compound of technology stack. Tech stacks, plural of tech stack. Tech support, technical support. Tech tree, short for technology tree. Tech trees, plural of tech tree. Tech up, to upgrade to a higher technology level. Tech vest, a gilette sleeveless jacket resembling a waistcoat but generally closed at the neck. Tech vests, plural of tech vest. Tech week, synonym of technical week. Tech weeks, plural of tech week. Tech bro, alternative form of tech bro. Tech head, someone who is very interested in technology. Tech heads, plural of tech head. Tech noir, alternative form of tech noir. Tech noirs, plural of tech noir. Tech nomad, alternative spelling of technomad. Tech nomads, plural of tech nomad. Tech savviness, the state of being tech savvy, proficiency in the use of technology. Tech savvy, proficient in the use of technology, especially computers. Abbreviation of technology. Tech bro, a bro is someone who espouses bro culture involved in the tech industry. Tech bros, plural of tech bro. Techdom, the world or sphere of technology. Up, alternative form of teched. Dead up, simple past and past participle of tech up. That, one who works with or has an interest in technology or computers. Tech, comparative form of techie, more techie. Tech is, plural of techie. Tech is, superlative form of techie, most techie. Techui, alternative form of techily. Techiness, alternative form of techiness. Techer, specialist preparation of equipment for use. Teching up, present participle and gerund of tech up. Technologible, synonym of computer literate. Techund, the realm of modern technology, especially computing. Techlash, backlash against technology. Techlias, plural of techlash. Technacy, the holistic understanding of technology in relation to the creation, design, and implementation of projects. Technimation, a technique used to create animations by passing polarized light through a revolving disc onto transparent plastics. Technimations, plural of technimation. Craft, practice, making or doing as contrasted with episteme or knowing. Techneme, a simple technical element that is combined with other technemes within technological evolution. Technemes, plural of techneme. Technemesis, the putting of technology into discourse. Technidae, any oxyanion of technetium, any salt containing such an anion. Technidates, plural of technetate. Technetic, relating to technetium. Techmedium, a metallic chemical element symbol Tc with an atomic number of 43. Technetium cow, synonym for moly cow. Technetium cows, plural of technetium cow. Technetium star, a star in which technetium has been detected. Technetium is too short-lived to occur primordially in this star if the star is about 4.5 billion years old, the estimated age of the Earth, so the star must be producing technetium. Technetium stars, plural of technetium star. Techmetronic, relating to computers and communications technologies as a means of transforming society. Techchemy, described using the Technicolor model. Technibarian, a baryon described using the Technicolor model. Technibarians, plural of Technibarian. Tepe, the method of performance in any art, technique. Technico, specifically related to a particular discipline. Technical analyzes, plural of technical analysis. Technical analysis, a stock or commodity market analysis technique which examines only market action such as prices, trading volume, and open interest. Technical analyst, a financial analyst involved in technical analysis. Technical analysts, plural of technical analysts. Technical area, a specified area by the pitch that the coach and technical staff should not leave during the game. Technical areas, plural of technical area. Technical climbing, climbing involving a rope and some means of protection as opposed to scrambling or glacier travel. Technical college, a college of further education providing classes and courses in a range of practical subjects such as information technology, applied sciences, engineering, agriculture, and secretarial skills. Technical colleges, plural of technical college. Technical debt, the implied cost of additional future work caused by choosing an easy but inferior solution originally. Technical debts, plural of technical debt. Technical difficulties, plural of technical difficulty. Technical difficulty, an unforeseen equipment problem, such as a hardware failure or software bug that makes it difficult or impossible to perform a desired action. Technical diving, underwater diving involving decompression stops or overhead environments, for example caves, shipwrecks. Technical drawing, a depiction that relays the concept or idea for a physical object or group of physical objects. Technical drawings, plural of technical drawing. Technical foul, any infraction of the rules penalized as a foul which does not involve physical contact during the course of play between players on the court or is a foul by a non-player. Technical fouls, plural of technical foul. Technical group, a heterogeneous parliamentary group composed of elected officials from political parties of differing ideologies or independent of any party who are not numerous enough to form groups on their own. Technical groups, plural of technical group. Technical knockout, a knockout declared by a referee in cases where a participant is sufficiently injured, unbalanced, or confused and unable to continue the fight. Technical knockouts, plural of technical knockout. Technical pen, a specialized ink pen with a cylindrical point used by an engineer, architect, or drafter to make lines of constant width for architectural, engineering, or technical drawings. Technical pencil, synonym of mechanical pencil. Technical pencils, plural of technical pencil. Technical pens, plural of technical pen. Technical rehearsal, a rehearsal that focuses on the technological aspects of the performance, such as lighting and stage arrangement. Technical rehearsals, plural of technical rehearsal. Technical school, a school that provides training in practical skills skills such as welding, hairdressing, plumbing, and so on. Technical schools, plural of technical school. Technical sergeant, a non-commissioned officer ranking above staff sergeant and below master sergeant. Technical sergeants, plural of technical sergeant. Technical skier, a skier who specializes in technical skiing, the technical events of alpine skiing, the technical disciplines of giant slalom and slalom. The speed events of the sport of alpine skiing are downhill and super G. Technical skiers, plural of technical skier. Technical skiing, the technical events of alpine skiing, the technical disciplines of giant slalom and slalom. The speed events of the sport of alpine skiing are downhill and super G. Technical standard, a set of norms or requirements for a repeatable technical works where it uses common and repeated use of rules and guidelines for products, processes, or management systems practices. Technical standards, plural of technical standard. Technical stop, a stop performed for purposes other than loading or unloading traffic, such as refueling, maintenance, or repairs. Technical stops, plural of technical stop. Technical submission, a submission declared by a referee in cases when a participant has sustained an injury or becomes unconscious. Technical submissions, plural of technical submission. Technical support, a range of services providing assistance with technology such as televisions, computers, and software, typically aiming to help the user with a specific problem. Technical tap, a tap or a slap on a device in a way to either make it work correctly again or break it completely. For example, hitting a TV to get its reception back or hitting a jukebox back to life. Technical taps, plural of technical tap. Technical tee, a t-shirt made of a technical fabric such as Cool Max which draws sweat away from the skin by capillary action. Technical tees, plural of technical tee. Technical term, a word that has a specific meaning within a specific field of expertise. Technical terms, plural of technical term. Technical universities, plural of technical university. Technical university, synonym of technological university. Technical week, the week prior to the opening night of a play, musical, etc., during which technical elements such as costumes, lights, sound, set, and makeup are tested during rehearsal. Technical weeks, plural of technical week. Technical writer, one who does technical writing. Technical writers, plural of technical writer. Technical writing, the act of or profession pertaining to the creation of factual and instructional texts written using clear and precise wording intended for the communication of information to a specific audience. Technical writings, plural of technical writing. Technicalia, technical details, especially ones that are tedious or esoteric. Technicalities. Technicalism, a technical style, approach, or element. Technicalisms, plural of technicalism. Technicalist, a person who has a technical style or approach. Technicalists, plural of technicalists. Technicalities, plural of technicality. Technicality, the quality or state of being technical. Technicalization, the process of making something technical. Technicalize, to make technical. Technicalized, simple past and past participle of technicalize. Technicalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of technicalize. Technicalizing, present participle and gerund of technicalize. Technically, based on precise facts, which, however, may be contrary to common belief or casual terminology. Technicolness. The quality or state of being technical, technicality. Technicals, plural of technical. Technician, a person who studies or practices technology, an expert in a particular technology. Technicians, plural of technician. Technicism, alternative form of technicalism. Technicisms, plural of technicism. Technicess, one skilled in technics or in the practical arts. Technicess, plural of technicis. Technicities, plural of technicity. Technicity, the efficacy, functionality, or experience of a particular technology. Technicization, synonym of technicalization. Technicize, synonym of technicalize to make technical. Technicize, simple past and past participle of technicize. Technicizes, third person singular simple present indicative of technicize. Technicizing, present participle and gerund of technicize. Technological, technological. Technologically, technologically. Technicologies, plural of technicology. Technicology, technology. Technicolor, a color process for motion pictures developed and used in the 20th century and known for its hyperrealistic, saturated levels of color. Technicolor yawn, an act of vomiting. Technicolor yawns, plural of technicolor yawn. Technicolor, in brilliant, often surreal colors. Technicolors, plural of technicolor. Technicolor, alternative form of technicolor. Technicolor yawn, alternative form of technicolor yawn. Technicolor, UK spelling of technicolored. Technicolors, plural of technicolor. Technics, plural of technic. Technodilaton, a dilaton described using the Technicolor model. Technodilatans, plural of technodilaton. Technifermion, a Technicolor fermion. Technifermions, plural of technifermion. Technification, the process or the result of technifying. Technifications, plural of technification. Technify, simple past and past participle of technify. Technify, to make technical, to use technology on. Technagluon, a gluon described using the Technicolor model. Technagluons, plural of technagluon. Technihedron, a hadron described using the Technicolor model. Technihedrons, plural of technihedron. Technican, a polytechnic. Technicans, plural of technican. Technilepton, a lepton described using the Technicolor model. Technileptons, plural of technilepton. Technophone, a device used to train the hand muscles used in playing the piano in order to acquire advanced techniques such as legato. Technophones, plural of technophone. Technepion, a peon described using the Technicolor model. Technepions, plural of technepion. Techniquark, a quark described using the Technicolor model. Techniquarks, plural of techniquark, that make the practical aspects of a given art, occupation, etc. Formal requirements. That makes plural of technique, technique-wise, in terms of technique. Techneuro, a technicolor remise. Techneros, plural of techneuro. Technism, a technicality. Technisms, plural of technism. Techno, a repetitive style of music originally produced for use in a continuous DJ set. The central rhythmic component is most often in common time 4/4, where time is marked with a bass drum on each quarter note pulse, a backbeat played by snare or clap on the second and fourth pulses of the bar, and an open hi-hat sounding every second eighth note. Techno-beak, someone who is obsessed with technology, especially electronics and computing. Techno-geeks, plural of techno-geek. Techno-music, synonym of techno electronic music genre. Techno-utopianism, alternative spelling of techno-utopianism. Techno, relating to technology. Techno-capitalism, alternative spelling of techno-capitalism. Techno-capitalists, alternative spelling of techno-capitalist. Techno-capitalists, plural of techno-capitalists. Techno-determinism, alternative spelling of technodeterminism. Techno-determinists, alternative spelling of technodeterminist. Techno-determinists, plural of techno-determinists. Techno-erotic, regarding the association of computing technology with erotica. Techno-eugenics, an ideology that advocates the use of reproductive and genetic technologies to enhance human characteristics and capacities. Technofix, alternative spelling of technofix. Technofixes, plural of technofix. Technofundamentalism, a body of beliefs that places unwavering faith in the power of technology to solve all societal problems and advance human progress. Technofundamentalisms, plural of technofundamentalism. Technofundamentalists, of or pertaining to technofundamentalism. Technofuturism, the belief in and pursuit of new and speculative technological solutions to problems and to the extension or betterment of life. Technofuturists, a proponent of technofuturism. Technofuturists, plural of technofuturists. Technonationalism, the pursuit of global technological leadership and dominance. Techno-optimism, optimism about the potential of technology. Techno-optimists, someone characterized by techno-optimism. Techno-optimists, plural of techno-optimists. Techno-organizational, of or pertaining to the technological aspects of an organization. Techno-oriental, of or relating to techno-orientalism. Techno-orientalism, use of Asian aesthetics and cultural elements in Western works of science fiction. Technopessimism, alternative form of technopessimism. Technopessimist, alternative form of technopessimist. Technopessimists, plural of technopessimists. Technosavvy, synonym of tech-savvy. Techno-shamanic, of or pertaining to techno-shamanism. Techno-shamanism, a cultural movement combining technology, electronic dance music, and spiritual or religious elements. Techno-thriller, alternative spelling of techno-thriller. Techno-thrillers, plural of techno-thriller, techno-utopia, alternative spelling of techno-utopia, techno-utopian, believing that technological advances will create a utopia, techno-utopianism, the belief that a utopia can be achieved with technology, techno-utopians, plural of techno-utopian, techno-utopias, plural of techno-utopia, technost, emotional distress caused by modern technology, especially computers, technobabble, technical or scientific language used to convey a false impression of meaningful technical or scientific content, technoburr, exert that has developed the amenities and industries normally associated with a city, technoburbum, being or relating to a technoburb, technoburbs, plural of technoburr, technobureaucracies, plural of technobureaucracy, technobureaucracy, a technological bureaucracy, technobureaucrat, a member of a technobureaucracy, technobureaucratic, of or pertaining to a technobureaucracy, technobureaucrats, plural of technobureaucrats, technocapitalism, a form of capitalism associated with the emergence of new technology sectors and the power of corporations. Technocapitalists, a capitalist in the system of technocapitalism. Technocapitalistic, of or relating to technocapitalism. Technocapitalists, plural of technocapitalists. Technosnosis, a group of related technologies. Technocentric, focusing on technology. Technocentrism, the ideology that advocates the use of technology to try to answer all questions. Technochemical, relating to technology and chemistry. Technochemistry, the use of chemistry in technology. Technocy, the destruction of technology. Technocomplex, a distinct culture that employed a specific technology. Technocomplexes, plural of technocomplex. Technoconservative, a person with a conservative attitude toward the introduction of modern technology. Technoconservatives, plural of technoconservative. Technocracies, plural of technocracy. Technocracy, a system of governance where people who are skilled or proficient govern in their respective areas of expertise. Technocrat, an advocate of technocracy. Technocratic, of or relating to a technocrat or technocracy. Technocratical, alternative form of technocratic. Technocratically, in a technocratic manner. Technocratism, advocacy or partisanship in support of technocracy. Technocratization, the process of technocratizing. Technocratize, to make technocratic, to turn into a technocracy. Technocratize, simple past and past participle of technocratize. Technocratizes, third person singular simple present indicative of technocratize. Technocratizing, present participle and gerund of technocratize. Technocrats, plural of technocrat. Technocritic, a critic who studies the effects of technology. Technocritical, relating to technocriticism. Technocriticism, a branch of critical theory devoted to the study of technological change. Technocritics, plural of technocritic. Technocultural, of or pertaining to technoculture. Technoculturally, In terms of technoculture, technoculture, culture as influenced by technology, especially computer technology and the internet. Technocultures, plural of technoculture. Techincutie, a desirable young woman associated with a technology field or subculture. Technincuties, plural of technincutie. Technodazzle, an overhyped presentation of a new technological product. Technodemocracies, plural of technodemocracy. Technodemocracy, synonym of e-democracy. Technodemocrat, synonym of e-democrat. Technodemocratic, synonym of e-democratic. Technodemocrats, plural of technodemocrats. Technodependence, dependence on technology, especially modern computer technology. Technodependency, synonym of technodependence. Technodeterminism, the theory that technology drives improvements in society and culture. Technodeterminist, a proponent of technodeterminism. Technodeterminists, plural of technodeterminists. Technodiversity, the diversity of technological artifacts in technoecosystems. Technoeconomic, technical and economic. Technoeconomical, alternative form of technoeconomic. Technoeconomically, in a technoeconomic manner. Technoecosystem, an ecosystem with advanced technology, market economies, and a large ecological footprint. Technoecosystems, plural of technoecosystem. Technolite, an elite facilitated by technology such as computer networks. Technolites, plural of technolite. Technoentrepreneurship, the entrepreneurial and entrepreneurial activities of both existing and nascent companies operating in technology-intensive environments. Technoerotic, alternative form of technoerotic. Technovic, combining technology and consciousness. Technofantasies, plural of technofantasy. Technofantasy, a fantasy involving the potential applications of modern technology, a technological utopian vision. Technofascism, a form of fascism that uses modern technologies to attain its ends. Technofascists, a proponent of technofascism. Technofascists, plural of technofascists. Technophar, technophobia. Technophars, plural of technophar. Techninterference, interference in one's social life caused by technology, for example notifications and texts that interrupt what one is doing. Technofetishism, a fixation on modern technology. Technofetishist, one who has a fixation on modern technology. Technofetishistic, having a fixation on modern technology. Technofetishists, plural of technofetishists. Technofeudal, pertaining to a society or system which blends modern technology and feudalism, or in which the tech industry has reinvented things associated with feudalism. Techno-feudalism, a feudal system of government and property organization in which economic and social power is concentrated in a few technological and digital companies. Techno-feudalists, relating to techno-feudalism. Techno-feudalists, plural of techno-feudalists. Technofinance, financial services and products managed mostly by technology, with little direct human involvement. Technofix, a technological solution to a problem. Technofixes, plural of technofix. Technofossil, a fossil formed from an industrial man-made object or material. Technofossils, plural of technofossil. Technofreak, a person obsessed with technology, especially computers. Technofreaks, plural of technofreak. Technofunctional, relating to the function of a particular technology. Technofunk, a style of electronic dance music influenced by funk. Technojack, a geek with expertise in technology, especially computers. Technojacks, plural of technojack. Technogenous, synonym of technogenic. Technogenic, of or pertaining to a process or substance created by human technology. Anthropogenic, man-made. Technographer, one who has mastered the technical aspects of writing or rhetoric while failing to grasp or admit the artistic aspects, famously criticized by Aristotle. Technographers, plural of technographer. Technographic, relating to technography. Technographical, relating to technography. Technographically, in terms of or by means of technography. Technographies, plural of technography. Technography, the description of the arts and crafts of tribes and peoples. Technohead, a fan of techno music. Techno-horror, a horror genre dealing with the harmful effects of technology. Technoi, pertaining to the functionality or operation of a technology, technical. Technoids, plural of technoi. Technoindustrial, of or relating to industry that makes use of high technology. Techmoish, resembling or characteristic of techno music. Technojargon, technical jargon. Technojunkie, one who has an addiction to computer technology. Technojunkies, plural of technojunkie. Technokinesis, synonym of technopathy's psychic ability to control machinery, etc. Technol, abbreviation of technology. Technoluct, the technical language of a subject field, jargon. Technolucts, plural of technoluct. Technoliberal, a person with a liberal attitude toward the introduction of modern technology. Technoliberals, plural of technoliberal. Technoliteracies, plural of technoliteracy. Technoliteracy, the state of being conversant with modern technology. Technoliterary, involving technology and literature. Technoliterate, literate in modern technology, especially in the use of computers and smart devices. Technologic, technological. Technological, of, relating to, or involving technology, especially modern scientific technology. Technological singularities, plural of technological singularity. Technological singularity, a hypothetical future event in human history caused by the ever-increasing ability of new technology to speed up the rate at which new technology is developed. Technological unemployment, unemployment caused by technological advances. This includes machines and software substituting for human labor, advances in efficiency negating the need for friction-based jobs, and increased data availability undermining professions that rely on information asymmetry. Technological universities, Plural of technological university. Technological university, a university specializing in the study of engineering, science, and technology. Technologically, in a technological manner. Technologies, plural of technology. Technologist, a scientist, engineer, or technician who specializes in a particular technology or who uses technology in a particular field. Technologists, plural of technologists. Technologization, the process of technologizing. Technologize, to make technological, to equip with technology. Technologize, simple past and past participle of technologize. Technologizes, third person singular simple present indicative of technologize. Technologizing, present participle and gerund of technologize. Technology, the combined application of science and art in practical ways in industry, as for example in designing new machines. Technology education, the study of technology that involves exploring the processes and knowledge related to technology, empowering individuals to shape and transform the physical world by manipulating materials and tools. Technology stack, a collection of interdependent existing technologies and methods used to create a particular product or service. Technology stacks, plural of technology stack. Technology transfer, the movement of especially new technology from one field or region to another, especially from a research institution to the marketplace in order to allow commercialization. Technology transfers, plural of technology transfer. Technology tree, a hierarchical representation of technology that may be researched and implemented for the whole action by the player, most often in real-time strategy games. Technology trees, plural of technology tree. Technology-wise, in terms of technology. Technologyless, without technology. Technology-wise. Alternative spelling of technology-wise. Technolodite, a person who opposes the introduction of modern technology. Technolodites, plural of technolodite. Technolus, a strong desire for modern technology. Technomad, an itinerant person who remains connected to the internet. Technomads, plural of technomad. Technomage, a mage who uses technology to replicate magic or one that combines magic and technology. Technomages, plural of technomage. Technomagic, the use of technology that is impressive and difficult to understand, especially in the field of computing. Technomanagement, management in the technology sector. Technomanager, a manager in the technology sector. Technomanagerial, relating to technology and management. Technomanagers, plural of technomanager. Technomancer, one who is skilled in technomancy. Technomancers, plural of technomancer. Technomancy, a category of magical abilities that either affect technology or to magical powers that are gained through the use of technology. Technomania, enthusiasm for modern technology. Technomaniac, a person with a keen interest in modern technology. Technomaniacal, characterized by technomania. Technomaniacs, plural of technomaniac. Technomantic, pertaining to technomancy. Technomarketing, marketing that relies on digital channels such as websites, social media, interactive television, targeted advertisements based on search histories, etc. Technomedicine, medical treatment that makes use of modern technology. Technomusic, alternative form of technomusic. Technomyth, relating to a fusion of technology and myth. Technonerd, a nerd with an interest in technology. Technojack. Technonerds, plural of technonerd. Technonomy, relating to technonomy. Technonomy, the principles that underlie technology. Technopagan, a member of the technopaganism movement. Technopaganism, any of various neo-pagan movements with an emphasis on technology, such as the use of modern devices in magic rituals. Technopagans, plural of technopagan. Technoparanoia, the unreasonable fear of modern technology. Technoparanoid, exhibiting an unreasonable fear of modern technology. Technopark, science park. Technoparks, plural of technopark. Technopath, a person with techno-telepathic ability capable of reading the electrical signals of devices such as computers around them. Technopathy, relating to a technopathy. Technopaths, plural of technopath. Technopathy, a psychic ability to control electronic machinery and or read electronic signals, especially hardware. Technopassant, one who is disadvantaged or exploited within a modern technological society, especially through inability to use computer technology. Technopassantry, the condition of technopassants generally. Technopassant, plural of technopassant. Technopessimism, the belief that modern technology will have negative effects on society. Technopessimist, one who believes that modern technology will have negative effects on society. Technopessimists, plural of technopessimists. Technophilanthropist, a philanthropist who donates money, resources, or research toward technical solutions to problems. Technophilanthropists, plural of technophilanthropists. Technophile, a person who is enthusiastic about technology, especially the technology of emerging fields such as aeronautics, space engineering, computing, or communication technology during their respective phases of introduction and development. Technophiles, plural of technophile. Technophilia, a love of new technologies. Technophilias, plural of technophilia. Technophilic, of, having, or pertaining to technophilia. Technophilosophical, of or pertaining to technophilosophy. Technophilosophies, plural of technophilosophy. Technophilosophy, the philosophy of technology. Technopho, somebody who suffers from technophobia, somebody afraid of new technology. Technophobes, plural of technophobe. Technophobia, a fear of new technologies. Technophobias, plural of technophobia. Technophobic, afflicted with technophobia. Technophoria, excessive enthusiasm for technology or excessive optimism about its possibilities. Technoplegic, a person who freezes up psychologically when confronted with new technology or resists technological advance. Technoplegics, plural of technoplegic. Technopole, synonym of technopoles. Technopolize, plural of technopoles. Technopoles, plural of technopoli. Technopolis, a technologically advanced city or one heavily involved in mechanized manufacture of goods, especially of microelectronics. Technopolises, plural of technopoles. Technopolitical, of or pertaining to technopolitics. Technopolitics, politics that relates to or is driven by modern technology. Technopoly, the cultural state of mind that assumes technology is always positive and of value. Technopolymer, any plastic material used to fabricate something usually made of metal. Technopolymers, plural of technopolymer. Technopop, an early synth pop genre with a cold, robotic sound. Technopopulism, a political movement advocating the use of information technology to aid democracy. Technopopulace, a proponent of technopopulism. Technopopulists, plural of technopopulists. Technoporn, a pornographic subgenre of science fiction. Technopositive, believing that modern technology is a good, positive thing. Technopositivism, the belief that modern technology is a good, positive thing. Technopositivists, a proponent of technopositivism. Technopositivists, plural of technopositivists. Technopower, skill or capability with technology. Technopowers, plural of technopower. Technopreneur, an entrepreneur in the field of technology. Technopreneurial, relating to entrepreneurship in the field of technology. Technopreneurism, entrepreneurism in the field of technology. Technopreneurs, plural of technopreneur. Technopreneurship, the art or science of being a technopreneur. Technoprogressive, a person with a progressive attitude toward the introduction of modern technology. Technoprogressives, plural of technoprogressive. Technopros, writing about or stylistically influenced by modern technology. Technopunk, a style of electronic punk music. Technorati, those who are skilled at using or knowledgeable about technology. Technorealism, a realist approach neither utopian nor Luddite to the assessment of the social and political implications of technological developments. Technorealist, a supporter of technorealism. Technorealists, plural of technorealists. Technorganic, combining technological and organic features. Technorock, a genre combining elements of techno and rock music. Technoromantic, relating to technoromanticism. Technoromanticism, the theory of links between art and new technologies within the context of the threats posed to nature by technoscience and economic development. Technos, the technological means. Technoscape, figuratively, the technological landscape, the global distribution of technology allowing ideas and information to be communicated. Technoscapes, plural of technoscape. Technoskeptic, alternative form of technoskeptic. Technoskeptical, alternative form of technoskeptical. Technoskepticism, alternative form of technoskepticism. Technoskeptics, plural of technoskeptic. Technoscience, the long-standing global human activity of technology combined with the scientific method that occurred primarily in Europe during the 17th and 18th centuries. Technoscientific, of or pertaining to technoscience. Technoscientifically, in a technoscientific manner or context. Technoself, self in the context of the technologically developed society. Technoselves, plural of technoself. Technosex, cybersex. Technosexual, technologically sexual, sexual in a robot-like, for example, programmable way. Technosexuality, sexuality relating to technological objects or themes. Technosexuals, plural of technosexual. Technoshaman, one involved in the techno-shamanism movement. Technoshamanic, alternative form of techno-shamanic. Technoshamanism, alternative form of techno-shamanism. Technoshamanistic, technoshamanic. Technoshamans, plural of technoshaman. Technosignature, a phenomenon indicating that a particular technology is or was used by a particular society. Astrophysics, astrobiology, a phenomenon indicating that a particular technology is or was present in some place, for example, a phenomenon suggesting that a Dyson sphere might exist in a certain region of space. Technosignatures, plural of technosignature. Technoskeptic, a person who is skeptical about the benefits of modern technology. Technoskeptical, skeptical about the benefits of modern technology. Technoskepticism, skepticism about the benefits of modern technology. Technoskeptics, plural of technoskeptic. Technoslavery, slavery facilitated by technologies such as computer networks. Technosocial, of or pertaining to technosociety. Technosocially, in a technosocial manner. Technosocieties, plural of technosociety. Technosociety, an industrially developed society with a reliance on technology. Technosol, a kind of soil dominated by technical artifacts, such as landfill or cinders. Technosols, plural of technosol. Technospeak, technobabble. Technosphere, the part of the environment where technodiversity extends its influence into the biosphere. Technospheres, plural of technosphere. Technostalgia, fond reminiscence of or longing for outdated technology. Technostalgic, exhibiting or relating to technostalgia. Technostate, a state political entity based around technology. Technostates, plural of technostate. Technostrategic, being a form of euphemistic language that divorces the weapons and tactics of warfare from their real-world effects. Technostress, stress caused by an inability to cope with modern technology. Technostress, suffering from technostress. Technostressor, a stressor that produces technostress. Technostressors, plural of technostressor. Technostructural, relating to technostructure. Technostructure, a corporate structure including technicians or other skilled professionals. Technostructures, plural of technostructure. Technosurveillance, surveillance by technological means. Technotard, a person who is incapable of comprehending new technologies and their uses. Technotards, plural of technotard. Technote, a technical note, short technical notice. Technotes, plural of technote. Techno-thriller, a genre of thriller combining action, fantasy, and science fiction elements, including detailed technical explanations. Techno-thrillers, plural of techno-thriller. Technotopian, alternative form of techno-utopian. Technotopianism, techno-utopian beliefs. Technotopians, plural of technotopian. Technotypological, technological and typological. Technoutopia, synonym of cyberutopia. Technoutopian, alternative spelling of techno-utopian. Technoutopianism, alternative spelling of techno-utopianism. Technoutopians, plural of technoutopian. Technoutopias, plural of technoutopia. Technoweenie, an ineffectual or insignificant computer nerd. Technoweenies, plural of technoweenie. Technoizer, an expert computer user. Technowizardry, technological wizardry, especially computer expertise. Technowizards, plural of technowizard. Techonomy, involving both technology and economics as constituents. Techpreneur, synonym of technopreneur. Techpreneurs, plural of techpreneur. Techquity, alternative form of techwitty. Techputty, alternative form of techwitty. Thefts, plural of tech. Techs up, third person singular simple present indicative of tech up. Techspeak, technical or technological jargon. Techspressionism, an artistic approach in which technology is used as a means to express emotional experience. Dubstep, a subgenre of drum and bass music heavily influenced by techno and industrial music. Technocracy, alternative form of technocracy. TikTok, the community of technology-oriented accounts on TikTok. TikToker, a TikToker who makes videos about, discusses, or is otherwise interested in technology. Techtokers, plural of techtoker. TechVoc, abbreviation of technical vocational livelihood, a track in senior high school. Techwear, a style of fashion which uses technical fabrics and materials those designed and engineered for a particular application with the goal of creating highly functional and practical clothing influenced by cyberpunk and futurist aesthetics. Technical of or related to technology. Techoptin, misspelling of techoptin. Tessidual, relating to tissue. Tesseptiline, Seteptiline, a surname. Texas, derogatory name for Texas, a state of the United States. Texas, alternative form of Texas, derogatory name for Texas, a state of the United States. Detcha, a diacritic used to mark consonantal palatalization. Tex, plural of tech. Tekla, a surname from Polish. Tepos, plural of Tekla. Teklemanian sign, any of a group of alkaloids present in Teclia aminienses. Teklemanian signs, plural of Teklemanian sign. Teclistamab, a human bispecific monoclonal antibody used for the treatment of relapsed and refractory multiple myeloma. Teclostalam, a particular fungicide. Taclozin, a dichloroacetamide antiprotozoal agent. Teco, a surname from Romanian. Teclu burner, a variant of the Bunsen burner that produces a hotter flame by means of a conical lower section that regulates the influx of air. Teclu burners, plural of Teclu burner. Tekos, plural of Teclu. Tekken, alternative form of techno. Tekmezine, a particular fungicide. Techno, referring to a child. Technomorph, the carapace of a larval ostracod. Technomorphic, relating to technomorphs. Technomorphs, plural of technomorph. Technonym, alternative form of technonym. Technonyms, plural of technonym. Tehuantepec, obsolete spelling of Tehuantepec. Tecoloca, a town in San Vicente Department, El Salvador. Tecamaquanon, any of a group of naphthaquinone dimers related to tectol that inhibit farnesyltransferase. Tecamaquinont, plural of tecamaquinone. Tecamine, the alkaloid 4R7,7-A-2,4,7,7-A-tetrahydro-1H-cyclopentacene pyridine 6,1 present in plants of genus Tecoma. Tecopa, a census-designated place in Inyo County, California, United States. Tecafoliaceous, of or relating to the Tecafoliaceae. Tecurem, a particular fungicide. Tecostamine, a hypoglycemic alkaloid present in plants of genus Tecoma. Tecovirimat, an antiviral drug with activity against orthopoxviruses such as smallpox. Tecpaton, a town in Chiapas, Mexico. Plural of Teasi. Thefts, plural of Tec. Thexan, a surname from Hokkien, common among Filipinos of Chinese ancestry. Texans, plural of Texan. Covered, hidden. Depte, plural of tectum. Deptho, of or pertaining to the tectum. Tectals, plural of tectile. Decte, having a tectum, a sculptured outer layer. Tectobranch, one of the former order Tectobranchiata of gastropods. Tectobranchiate, having the gills covered by the mantle of or relating to the former order Tectobranchiata. Tectobranchiates, plural of Tectobranchiate. Tectobranch, plural of Tectobranch. Tectivore, roof-shaped, sloping downwards on two sides from a raised central ridge. Tectiforms, plural of tectiform. Tectin, an adhesive, gelatinous material secreted by some ciliates. Texi, alternative form of tectite. Tectites, plural of tectite. Tectovirus, any of the genus Tectovirus of double-stranded DNA viruses. Tectoviruses, plural of tectovirus. Tectly, covertly, privately, secretly. Tecto, tectho, tectobulbar, relating to the tectum and the medulla oblongata. Tectospala, synonym of scaphospalic. Tectocerebellar, relating to the tectum and the cerebellum. Tectochryssin, a flavone, 5-hydroxy-7-methoxy-2-phenylchrome 4,1 that has some anti-cancer properties. Tectophyllacid, any member of the order Tectophyllacida of phylus Amoebae with shells. Tectophyllacids, plural of Tectophyllacid. Tectofugal, relating to an eptic system in avian brains associated with the epithecium. Tectofugally, in a tectofugal manner. Tectogenesis, synonym of orogeny. Tectogematic, relating to tectogenesis. Tectogenic, alternative form of tectogenetic. Tecta, the naphthaquinone dimer 5,6-hydroxy 2,2-dimethylbenzo H-chrome 5L2 2-dimethylbenzo H-chrome 6-sol. Tectological, relating to tectology. Tectology, a Hegelian division of morphology, the science of organic individuality constituting the purely structural portion of morphology in which the organism is regarded as composed of organic individuals of different orders, each organ being considered an individual. Teptomer, any of a class of self-assembling compounds composed of 2, 3, or 4 oligobacene residues surrounding a central hydrocarbon chain. Tectomers, plural of tectomer. Dactylonic, of or relating to construction or to architecture. Tectonic keratoplasties, plural of tectonic keratoplasty. Tectonic keratoplasty, the surgical grafting of corneal material in an area where corneal tissue has been lost. Tectonic plate, any of several large pieces of the Earth's lithosphere which participate in plate tectonics. Tectonic plates, plural of tectonic plate. Tectonic uplift, the raising of a geographical area as a consequence of plate tectonics. Tectonic uplifts, plural of tectonic uplift. Tectonic weapon, a hypothetical device or system that could create earthquakes, volcanoes, etc. by interference with the Earth's geological processes. Tectonic weapons, plural of tectonic weapon. Tectonically, in a tectonic way or manner. Tectonicist, a geologist who studies tectonics. Tectonicists, plural of tectonicists. Tectonics, the study of crustal plates and other large-scale structural features of the Earth. Tectonism, the deformation of the Earth's crust due to tectonic activity. Tectonisms, plural of tectonism. Tectonite, a tectonically deformed metamorphic rock. Tectonites, plural of tectonite. Tectonization, modification of rock by a tectonic process. Tectonizations, plural of tectonization. Tectonize, to modify a rock by a tectonic process. Tectonize, simple past and past participle of tectonize. Tectonizes, third person singular simple present indicative of tectonize. Tectonizing, present participle and gerund of tectonize. Tectomo, relating to tectonics. Tectonosedimentary, alternative form of tectonosedimentary. Tectonode formation, the deformation of the tectonic plate. Tectonostacy, a worldwide change in sea level caused by variations in the volume of the ocean basins due to tectonic activity. Tectonostatic, relating to tectonostacy. Tectonophyses, a body of tectonic rock with specific characteristics reflecting its formation, composition, age, etc. Tectonophractographic, relating to tectonophractography. Tectonophractography, the study of fracture surfaces in rocks and their origin. Tectonomagmatic, tectonic and magmatic. Tectonontologenic, tectonic and metallogenic. Tectonometamorphic, relating to tectonometamorphism. Tectonometamorphically, in terms of tectonometamorphism. Tectonometamorphism, a type of metamorphism involving tectonic forces and metamorphic changes. Tectonomorphological, relating to morphological change due to tectonic activity. Tectonophysical, of or relating to tectonophysics. Tectonophysically, in terms of or by means of tectonophysics. Tectonophysicists, one who studies tectonophysics. Tectonophysicists, plural of tectonophysicists. Tectonophysics, the physics of tectonic plates, their formation and movement. Tectonosedimentary, tectonic and sedimentary. Tectonosequence, a sequence of tectonophyses that provides evidence of previous tectonic movement. Tectonosequences, plural of tectonosequence. Tectonosphere, the outermost layer of the Earth where the crustal movements originate. Tectonospheres, plural of tectonosphere. Tectonospheric, relating to the tectonosphere. Tectonostratigraphic, of or pertaining to tectonostratigraphy. Tectonostratigraphical, alternative form of tectonostratigraphic. Tectonostratigraphically, in terms of tectonostratigraphy. Tectonostratigraphy, the stratigraphy of large-scale strata caused by tectonic activity. Tectonothermal, tectonic and geothermal. Tectophase, any geological feature formed by collision of tectonic plates. Tectophases, plural of tectophase. Tectopontine, relating to the tectum and the pons. Tectopulvinar, relating to the tectum and the pulvinar. Tectoquinone, the quinone 2-methylanthracene 9,10-dione present in Tectona grandis. Tectoria, plural of tectorium. Tectorial, serving to cover something. Tectorial membrane, a cellular membrane in the cochlea of the inner ear. Tectorial membranes, plural of tectorial membrane. Tectoridin, the 7-glucoside of tectoriginin. Tectorigin, an O-methylated isoflavone found in leopard lily, Belluncanda chinensis, and other plants. Tectorin, any of a class of protein present in the tectorial membrane. Tectorins, plural of tectorin. Tectorium, a covering. Tectosedimentary, relating to or formed by tectonics and sedimentation. Tectosilicate, any of various silicate minerals, mostly aluminous silicates, with a three-dimensional framework of silicate tetrahedra with CO2 or a 1:2 ratio making up the greater part of Earth's crust. Tectosilicates, plural of tectosilicate. Tectosphere, the part of the mantle lying below cratons, which moves during tectonic activity. Tectospheres, plural of tectosphere. Tectospheric, relating to the tectosphere. Tectospinal, relating to or connecting the mesencephalic tectum and the spinal cord. Tecducto, that moves between or connects one tectum and another. Tectothalamic, relating to the tectum and the thalamus. Tectotype, a type specimen explicitly designated to show microscopic structure. Tectotypes, plural of tectotype. Tectotype. Tectovolcanic, tectonic and volcanic. Tectrices, plural of tectrix. Tectricial, relating to the tectrix. Tectrix, the covert, relating to the tectrix. Tectrix, the covert of a bird's wing. Ecus, plural of tect. Tecto, the dorsal portion of the midbrain of vertebrates in mammals containing the superior colliculus and inferior colliculus. Tecuci, a city in Galati County, Romania. Echo, alternative form of Tucum. Tecumseh, a male given name. Tecumseh step tests, an exercise test used to determine a subject's cardiovascular fitness. Tecumseh step tests, plural of Tecumseh step tests. Hequor, a male given name from Welsh. DED, acronym of transmission electron diffraction. DE, a nickname for the male given names Edward, Theodore, Thaddeus, and Edmund. E.D. Spray. Between interbank and U.S. government loans. DED, a Nilo-Saharan language of Chad, Niger, Nigeria, and Libya. Tenaga, synonym of Teta language. Tetalina, a cannabinoid receptor agonist used to treat osteoarthritis and neuropathic pain. Tetanoli, a marine macrolide that has some antitumor activity. Tedaxazine, an antidepressant drug. Tedburn St. Mary, a village and civil parish in Tainbridge District, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SX 8194. Ted, a variant of the male given name Ted. Ted, simple past and past participle of Ted. Tedder, a surname. Tedder Certificate, an award given to foreign citizens who assisted British service personnel to escape from German captivity in Western Europe during World War II. Tedder Certificates, plural of Tedder Certificate. Tedder, simple past and past participle of Tedder. Teddering, present participle and gerund of Tedder. Tedders, plural of Tedder. Teddy, a diminutive of the male given names Edward and Theodore, or of their diminutives Ted and Ted. Alternative spelling of Teddy. Teddy bear, dated spelling of teddy bear. Teddy bears, plural of teddy bear. Tedes, plural of teddy. Tede, present participle and gerund of Ted. Teddings, plural of Tedding. Teddington, a suburb of the borough of Richmond upon Thames, in southwest Greater London, historically in Middlesex on the north side of the River Thames, but actually west of it. OS Grid Ref TQ 1671. Tede, a diminutive of the male given names Edward or Theodore, or of their diminutives Ted and Ted. Teddy Bear, a British Rail Class 14 locomotive. Teddy Bear, a plush toy in the shape of a bear. Teddy Bear Coat, a usually oversized warm fluffy coat. Teddy Bear Coats, plural of Teddy Bear Coat. Teddy Bear Jacket, synonym of Teddy Bear Coat. Teddy Bear Jackets, plural of Teddy Bear Jacket. Teddy Bears, plural of Teddy Bear. Teddy Bears, plural of Teddy Bear. Teddy Bears Picnic, a picnic to which attendees bring their teddy bears, typically as an organized community event. Teddy Bears Picnics, plural of Teddy Bears Picnic. Teddy Boy, a member of a male youth culture which originated in London in the early 1950s, later associated with American rock and roll music. Teddy Boys, plural of Teddy Boy. Teddy Coat, synonym of Teddy Bear Coat. Teddy Coats, plural of Teddy Coat. Teddy Hall, diminutive of St. Edmund Hall, Oxford. Teddy jacket, synonym of teddy bear coat. Teddy jackets, plural of teddy jacket. Teddy Roosevelt Terrier, a small to medium-sized American hunting terrier. Teddy Roosevelt Terriers, plural of Teddy Roosevelt Terrier. Teddy bear, alternative spelling of teddy bear. Teddy bears, plural of teddy bear. Teddies, plural of teddy, alternative form of teddies. A torch, a flambeau. Plural of teed. Tedfer, a surname. Hed, the gate of a mold through which the melted metal is poured. Tedjas, plural of tej. Tedlier, a triclinic pinacoidal bluish-white mineral containing bromine, chlorine, iodine, mercury, and oxygen. Plural of tedium, alternative form of tediums. Tida, a language spoken by the Sukt Titan Chin people. Tios, obsolete form of tedious. Tediosities, plural of tediosity. Tediosity, the quality of being tedious. Andas, boring, monotonous, time-consuming, wearisome, livelong. Tediously, in a tedious or wearisome manner. Tediousness, the quality of being tedious. Tedium. Tediousnesses, plural of tediousness. Tedious-some, characterized or marked by tediousness, wearisome. Tediasamol, an experimental antiarrhythmic drug. Tedious-some, characterized or marked by tediousness, wearisome. Tida, boredom or tediousness, ennui. Tediums, plural of tedium. Tedazolid, torzolid. Tella, a surname from Amharic. Tedlas, plural of Tedla. Tedric, a surname. Tedrix, plural of Tedric. Tedrau, a surname. Tedraus, plural of Tedrau. Ted, plural of Tedi. Ted, plural of Ted. Aadeister, an enthusiast of the TED technology entertainment design series of conferences. Aagaisters, plural of TEDster. Tedaglutide, a particular therapeutic hormone. Tedjure, a member of a certain Filipino ethnic group. Tedjures, plural of tedjure. Initialism of transesophageal echocardiogram. An Ogoni language spoken in Nigeria. T-ball, alternative spelling of T-ball. T-balls, plural of T-ball. T-box, alternative form of T-box. T-boxes, plural of T-box. E, the sound of a giggle. E, the sound of a giggle. E, simple past and past participle of he. E, simple past and past participle of he. A, present participle and gerund of he. He is third person singular simple present indicative of he. T-line, the line that goes across the house intersecting with the middle of the button, splitting it into two halves. lines, plural of tee line. Yeah, to hit the first shot of the hole from the tee. T-shirt, alternative spelling of t-shirt. T-shirts, plural of t-shirt. Tee time, the designated location on a golf course where players must be present in order to begin their rounds. Tee times, plural of tee time. To place a golf ball on a tee. Tee ball, alternative spelling of tee ball. Tee balls, plural of tee ball. Tee box, alternative form of tee box. Tee boxes, plural of tee box. Alternative spelling of tee he. Tee name, alternative form of to name. Tee names, plural of tee name. Tee section, alternative form of tee section length of metal with a T-shaped cross section. Tee sections, plural of tee section. T-shaped, synonym of T-shaped. T-shirt, alternative form of T-shirt. E-X, plural of T-shirt. E-shirty, alternative spelling of T-shirty. E.D. urine. E.T. simple past and past participle of T.T. T. present participle and gerund of T.T. E.E. plural of T.T. Hair, alternative form of Tibu. Airs, plural of Tiabu. The lapwing. Acts, plural of Tiac. Tibox, the area where play begins for a hole of golf. Tee boxes, plural of tee box. Teak Nas Pas, a town in Arizona. A surname. Teed off, simple past and past participle of tee off. Teed up, past participle of tee up. Ed, plural of teed. As, archaic spelling of tedious. Terrible, elongated form of terrible. Plural of tuve. It, simple past and past participle of tive. Is, alternative form of tive. Teve, present participle and gerund of tive. Is, third person singular simple present indicative of tive. Teagarden, a surname. Teagardens, plural of tea garden. Tedia, the planet Earth at the time of Zenu. Tia, a surname from Irish. Tiems, plural of Tihen. E, alternative spelling of T-he. E, simple past and past participle of T-he. A, present participle and gerund of T-he. Is, third person singular simple present indicative of T-he. I, present participle and gerund of T. T-off, present participle and gerund of T-off. T-off, present participle and gerund of T-up. T-day. At Winchester College, a new boy placed under the care of older pupils. T-gays, plural of TJ. I, obsolete form of teak. Ida, alternative form of tilak Hindu caste mark on forehead. Atas, plural of tika. simple past and past participle of teak. Teak, present participle and gerund of teak. If, plural of teak. If, a surname. If, a female given name. If, a surname. If, plural of teal. Tealine, a system of shorthand writing. Eos, plural of teal. Teal, sesame seed. Teal seeds, plural of teal seed. Teal, to be stocked to overflowing. Team down, to rain heavily. Team with, synonym of crawl with. Im, simple past and past participle of team. Teamed down, simple past and past participle of team down. Team with, simple past and past participle of team with. Teamer, one who teams or brings forth. Teamers, plural of teamer. Tainal, pregnant, prolific. Teaming, present participle and gerund of team. Teaming down, present participle and gerund of team down. Teaming with, present participle and gerund of team with. Teemingly, in great numbers, crowdedly. Teemingness, the quality of teeming or being full of busy activity. Teamless, unfruitful, unprolific, or barren. Teas, third person singular simple present indicative of team. Teams down, third person singular simple present indicative of team down. Teams with, third person singular simple present indicative of team with. A, synonym of teenager, a person between 13 and 19 years old. Teen drama, a drama based on teenagers or set in a teenage environment. Teen dramas, plural of teen drama. Teen Patty, a gambling card game that originated in the Indian subcontinent with influences from three-card brag and poker. Teenage, dated form of teenage. Teenage, dated form of teenaged. Teenager, dated spelling of teenager. Teenagers, plural of teenager. Tainap, to kidnap or abduct a teenager. Tainapt, simple past and past participle of tnap. Tnapping, present participle and gerund of tnap. Tainaps, third person singular simple present indicative of tnap. And a female given name, variant of tina. Teenage, of or relating to an age between 13 and 19 years old. Teenage, aged between 13 and 19 inclusive, teenage. Teenagedom, synonym of teenagerdom. Teenagehood, the state of being in one's teenage years. Teenageness, the quality of being or being like a teenager. Teenager, a person between 13 and 19 years old. Teenagerdom, the state of being a teenager. Teenageries, the slang used by teenagers. Teenagerhood, the condition of being a teenager. Teenagerhoods, plural of teenagerhood. Teenagerish, characteristic of teenagers, adolescent, immature. Teenageritis, Immature or rebellious behavior characteristic of teenagers. Teenager. Characteristic of a teenager. Teenagers, plural of teenager. Teenagership, the condition of being a teenager. Teenager, characteristic of teenagers. Teenage is alternative form of teenagerese. Teenage, characteristic of teenagers. Teenager, a teenage black person. Teenapers, plural of teenaper. Kind, to kindle, to burn. Kind, simple past and past participle of teened. Teened, present participle and gerund of teened. Teened, adolescence, the state of being a teenager. Teened, third person singular simple present indicative of teened. In simple past and past participle of teen. Teener, a teenager. Teeners, plural of teener. Tainful, full of grief. Harmful, afflicted, troublesome, vexatious. Teenode, the state of being a teen or teenager adolescence. Teenods, plural of teenhood. Tin, a 16th of a dollar, a unit in which stocks could formerly be traded. It, comparative form of teeny, more teeny. Teenies, plural of teeny. Teed, superlative form of teeny, most teeny. Teening, present participle and gerund of teen. Teenai, resembling or characteristic of a teenager. Teenologist, an expert on the subject of teenagers and their psychology. Teenologists, plural of teenologists. Tenophile, a person who is primarily sexually attracted to teenagers, and ephibophile. Tenophiles, plural of tenophile. Teenpreneur, a teenage entrepreneur. Teenpreneurs, plural of teenpreneur. Teens, plural of teen. Teenser, comparative form of teensy, more teensy. Teensies, superlative form of teensy, most teensy. Teenspeak, communication by adolescents. Viewed as slangy, awkward, or immature. Teensploitation, a genre of exploitation films starring teenage actors with teen-oriented plots involving drugs, sex, alcohol, or crime. Teenster, a teenager. Teensters, plural of teenster. Teenswear, alternative form of teenwear. Teense, tiny. Teene weene, alternative spelling of teensy weensy. Teensitensy, alternative form of teeny tiny. Teensy weenie, superlative form of teensy weensy, most teensy weensy. Teene weenie, alternative form of teeny weeny. A dram is 16th of an ounce. Teams, plural of teenth. Tete, comparative form of teeny, more teenty. Tete, superlative form of teeny, most teenty. Teensy, comparative form of teensy, more teensy. Teenhit, superlative form of teensy, most teensy. Teensy, alternative form of teensy. Did very small, teensy. Teenwear, clothing for teenagers. Teen, very small, tiny. Teeny weeny is superlative form of teeny weeny, most teeny weeny. Teeny weeny, alternative spelling of teeny weeny. Teeny's disease, cat scratch disease. Teeny bopper, alternative spelling of teeny bopper. Teeny bobbers, plural of teeny bopper. Teeny tiny, very small, tiny. Teeny weenier, comparative form of teeny weeny, more teeny weeny. Teeny weeny, superlative form of teeny weeny, most teeny weeny. Anyway, very small, tiny, minuscule. Teenabupper music. Teenabupper, a child, especially a girl in her preteens and early teens who follows popular clothing fashions, music trends, etc. Teenabopperish, characteristic of or appealing to teenabuppers. Teenabuppers, plural of teenabupper. Teenabopping, of or pertaining to a teenabupper. Teenzine, a magazine aimed at a teenage audience. Ainens, plural of teenzine. If, a telepath. It, simple past and past participle of teep. He, a cone-shaped tent traditionally used by many native peoples of the Great Plains of North America. E, simple past and past participle of teepee. Tepe, present participle and gerund of teepee. Teepee-like, alternative spelling of teepee-like. E, plural of teepee. Tive, present participle and gerund of teep. Tevel, a surname from German. Tiplite, a tetragonal ditrigonal dipyramidal mineral containing boron, chlorine, hydrogen, oxygen, and sodium. Tadels, a surname. Tapellaces, plural of teeples. Tis, plural of teep. Tir, to stir as a calico printer's sieve. Tirana, alternative form of terrana. Tir, simple past and past participle of tir. Tir, present participle and gerund of tir. Tir, third person singular simple present indicative of tir. Tira, alternative form of tirtha. Tiras, plural of tirtha. Tira, alternative form of tirtha. Tiras, plural of tirat. Tewa, rate, custom, toll, rent, money lent. Teras, plural of tirwa. If, plural of tie. Tith, a hamlet in Alberta, Canada. Teas and blues, alternative form of ts and blues. Tea is off. Third person singular simple present indicative of tea off. Tea is up. Third person singular simple present indicative of tea up. Indicative of tea up. Tea is a valley. A combined authority. Tea is a valley. A combined authority. England. England. The valley of the River Tees in Ketty Dome with the upper part in Eden District, Cumbria, England. Teesdales, plural of Teesdale. Asia, alternative form of t-shirt. T-shirt, wearing a t-shirt. Asiates, plural of t-shirt. TSI, misspelling of TSI. TSI, misspelling of TSI. Teeslank, a surname. Teesport, a large seaport in Redcar and Cleveland District, North Yorkshire, England, on the River Tees near its mouth, Westgrid Ref NZ 5423. Tiot, a backspin delivery by a finger spin bowler. Tieras, plural of Teesera. Teesai, a conurbation in northeast England encompassing the towns of Middlesbrough, Stockton-on-Tees, northeast England encompassing the towns of Middlesbrough, Stockton-on-Tees, Redcar, and surrounding settlements. Teessire, someone from Teesside. Teessiders, plural. Teessiders, plural of Teessider. Is, a tinsmith steak. Ists, plural of teasts. Teeswater, one of a breed of cattle formerly bred in England, but supposed to have originated in Holland and to have been the principal stock from which the Shorthorns were derived. Teeswaters, plural of Teeswater. Alternative spelling of teat. A pipit andis SBP, etc. Tetems, plural of teton. Pronunciation spelling of titty. Simple past and past participle of titi. Titi, present participle and gerund of titi. Is, plural of titi. Teeter, a surname from German. Teetertail, a bird, the spotted sandpiper Actitis macularius. Teeter-tails, plural of teeter-tail. Teeter-totter, a seesaw, a piece of playground equipment consisting of a long board with seats at either end, with a pivot point in the center. Teeter-tottered, simple past and past participle of teeter-totter. Teeter-tottering, present participle and gerund of teeter-totter. Teeter-totters, plural of teeter-totter. Teeter-bore, a seesaw, teeter-totter. Teeter-boarder, an acrobat who performs using a teeter-board. Teeter-boarders, plural of teeter-boarder. Teeter-boards, plural of teeter-board. Teeter, simple past and past participle of teeter. Teeterer, one who teeters, who is about to fall physically or to give in to temptation, etc. Teeterers, plural of teeterer. Teetering, present participle and gerund of teeter. Teeteringly, while teetering or as if teetering. Teeterings, plural of teetering. Teeters, a surname. Teeterses, plural of teeters. Teetersville, an unincorporated community in Harlan County, Kentucky, United States. Teeter-totter, alternative form of teeter-totter. Teeter-totter, simple past and past participle of teeter-totter. Teeter-tottering, present participle and gerund of teeter-totter. Teeter-totters, plural of teeter-totter. Teetery, tending to teeter. Plural of tooth. Teeth arm, any branch of the military that engages in direct combat. Teeth arms, plural of teeth arm. Teeth mark, alternative form of teeth mark. Teeth marks, plural of tooth mark. Teeth bearing, that bear one's teeth literally or figuratively. Teethless, alternative form of teethless. Teeth-to-tail ratio, the ratio of combat troops to support forces. Teeth-to-tail ratios, plural of teeth-to-tail ratio. Teethache, synonym of toothache. Teethaches, plural of teethache. Teethbrush, alternative form of toothbrush. Teeth brushes, plural of teethbrush. to grow teeth. It. Simple past and past participle of teeth. Tear. A device given to infants to help soothe inflamed gums during teething, often filled with a fluid or gel that can be frozen or refrigerated. Teethers. Plural of teether. Third person singular simple present indicative of teeth. Teeth all. Toothy, showing the teeth. Teeths. Teeth. Teethly. Synonym of toothly. Teeth. The eruption through the gums of the milk teeth, dentation. Teething issues. Synonym of teething troubles. Teething problem. A problem encountered with any new and untried product, system, or venture. Teething problems. Plural of teething problem. Teething ring. An object designed for a baby or toddler to chew during the teething stage. Teething rings. Plural of teething ring. Teething trouble. Synonym of teething troubles. Teething troubles. Problems that are to be expected with any new and untried product, system, or venture. Teethins. Plural of teething. Teethless. Synonym of toothless weak. Teeth-like. Resembling teeth, tooth-like. Teethly. Of or pertaining to teeth. Dental, full of teeth. Teeth mark. A mark or imprint left by teeth. Teeth marks. Plural of teeth mark. Teeth. Third person singular simple present indicative of teeth. Teeth. Synonym of toothy. Teetotal. Abstinent from alcohol, never drinking alcohol. Teetotal. Simple past and past participle of teetotal. Teetotaler. A person who completely abstains from alcoholic beverages. Teetotalers. Plural of teetotaler. Teetotaling. Abstaining from alcohol. Teetotalism. Abstinence from the consumption of alcohol. Teetotalist. A teetotaler. Teetotalistic. Of or related to teetotalism. Teetotalists. Plural of teetotalists. Teetotaler. British standard spelling of teetotaler. Teetotalers. Plural of teetotaler. Teetotaling. British standard spelling of teetotaling. Teetotally. Very completely, very totally. Teetotals. Plural of teetotal. Teetotum. A toy spinning top similar to a dreidel. Teetotums. Plural of teetotum. It's plural of teat. TV. Television. TVs. Plural of TV. TVs. Plural of TV. TV. Television. TV. The pewit. Pewits. Plural of teewit. The alternative form of tef. Tefetch. A biblical unit of measure, the palm or handbreadth. Tefetchin. Plural of tefetch. Tefa. Alternative form of tefetch. Tefa. Plural of tefa. Theta. Acronym of Temporary Emergency Food Assistance Program. Tefazole. An alpha-adrenergic agonist. Tefenpyrrate. An antihypertensive drug. Tephra, a surname from Amharic. Tephras, plural of tephra. Thep, a love grass, Eragrostes teph with small seeds, grown as a cereal and for forage in Ethiopia and parts of Arabia. Tehlot, a civil parish in western Wiltshire, England, that includes the villages of Teffant Magna and Teffant Evias. Teffant Evias, a small village in Teffant Parish, Wiltshire, England. OS Grid Ref SD 9931. Teffant Magna, a village in Teffant Parish, Wiltshire, England. OS Grid Ref SD 9832. Teffs, plural of Teff. That, a surname. That's, plural of Teft. Tefabezumab, a humanized monoclonal antibody for the treatment of severe infections with Staphylococcus aureus bacteria. Tefella, alternative spelling of tefillah. Tefella, synonym of phylactery, either of two small leather cases containing scrolls with passages from the Torah, traditionally worn by a Jewish man, one on the arm, usually the left, and one on the forehead, and now sometimes by a woman at certain morning prayers as a reminder to obey the law as set out in the Bible. Tefillah, alternative form of tefillah. Tefillah shel rosh, the portion of the tefillin that is worn on the head. Tefillah shel yad, a leather strap wrapped around the hand as part of tefillin. Tefillin, plural of tefillah. Tefillos, plural of tefillah. Tefillah, plural of tefillah. Tesolah, plural of tefillah. Tethel, teaching of English as a foreign language. Tefler, a teacher of English as a foreign language. Teflers, plural of tefler. Teflis, obsolete spelling of Tiflis. Telon, a brand name of polytetrafluoroethylene PTFE products, laterally applied to other fluoropolymer products. Teflon Don, John Gotti. Teflon flu, an inhalation fever caused by the fumes released when polytetrafluoroethylene PTFE Teflon is heated. Teflonish, alternative letter case form of Teflonish. Teflubenzurin, the pesticide N,3,5-dichloro,2,4-difluorophane, L-carbamoyl 2,6-difluorobenzamide. Teflurain, 2-bromo-1,1,1,2-tetrafluorothane, a halocarbon drug investigated as an inhalational anesthetic, but never marketed due to a high incidence of cardiac arrhythmias. Teflofrid, a toxic pyrethroid. Teflutexol, an antipsychotic drug. Tetna, a goddess of the Heliopolitan Aeneid, commonly taken to be a personification of moisture. Thefs, plural of tef. Tefubenzai, misspelling of tebufenazide. Tet, abbreviation of thrombolistography. Tet, a sheep, originally a ewe in its second year, or from the time it is weaned until it is first shorn. Tega, synonym of ferrado, a traditional Galician unit of dry measure, mass, and land area. Tagafer, a particular drug used to treat cancer. Tegafurum, the cytostatic drug 5-fluoro-1-oxalan, 2-ill-pyrimidine, 2,4-dione. Tai, a Welsh saint who gave his name to Indigai. Tegal, a city in central Java, Indonesia. Teda, a female given name from Welsh. Tedens, plural of tegan. Tegesserai, a particular drug used to treat irritable bowel syndrome and constipation. Tagaste, any copod in the family Tagastidae. Tagastids, plural of Tagastid. Tegatana, the ceremonial gesture made by a winning wrestler after receiving his prize money. Tedal, a district of Reinickendorf Borough, Berlin, Germany. Tegeler, a surname. Tegelers, plural of Tegeler. Teging granite, a trigonal dark red mineral containing antimony, magnesium, manganese, oxygen, silicon, titanium, and zinc. Tejas, a populated place in Clay County, Kentucky, United States. Tegestologist, someone who collects beer mats or coasters. Tegestologists, plural of tegestologists. Tegestology, the collecting of beer mats or coasters as a hobby. Tegetmeier, a surname from German. Tegetmeiers, plural of Tegetmeier. Tabthen, a Welsh saint who gave his name to Endegfen. Ted, a sheep in its second year or before its first shearing. Tadvis, plural of Tag. Ted, a village in Sunik, Armenia. Taglach, alternative form of Taglach. Tagmark, a surname. Tagmarkian, of or relating to Max Tegmark, born 1967, Swedish-American physicist and cosmologist. Tagman, a covering or integument, usually referring to a thin layer or membrane in an organism. Tagmens, plural of tagmen. Tagmenta, plural of tagmentum. Tagmental, of or pertaining to tegmentum, or the ventral portion of the mesencephalon. Tegmentum, the ventral portion of the midbrain, divided from the tectum by the cerebral aqueduct and the periaqueductal gray. Tegmentums, plural of tegmentum. Tegme, relating to a tegmen or integument. Tegmena, plural of tegmen. Tegmenal, relating to a tegman. Tigo, alternative form of Togo. Tigos, plural of Tigo. Tagacept, synonym of methylparaben. Tagaria, any extinct mammal of the family Tagariidae. Tagariids, plural of Tagaria. Tegrity, pronunciation spelling of integrity. Tavis, plural of Tag. Tegtmeier, a surname. Tegtmeiers, plural of Tegtmeier. Tadru, any of the South American lizards of the families Teidae and Gymnophthalmidae. Tegucigalpa, the capital city of Honduras. Tadixen, a large South American lizard with yellowish spots, a gold tegu. Tadixens, plural of tegixen. Tegula, a small scleroid situated above the base of the costal vein in the wings of various insects and attached to the anterolateral portion of the mesonotum. Taguli, plural of tegula. Tagular, resembling or relating to a tile, arranged like tiles, consisting of tiles. Taguloe, in a tagular manner. Tagulate, composed of small plates as of horn or metal overlapping like tiles, set of a kind of ancient armor. Tagulation, the construction of a roof from tegulae. Tagulin, any spider of the genus Tegulinus. Tegulins, plural of tegulin. Tegument, something which covers, a covering or coating. Tegumental, relating to an integument. Tegumentally, in a tegumental manner. Tegumentary, of or pertaining to a tegument or teguments, serving as a covering. Tegumentation, the formation of a viral tegument. Tegumentations, plural of tegumentation. Tegumented, having a tegument. Teguments, plural of tegument. Tegumental, synonym of tegumental. Tegnes, plural of tegu. A Trans-Europals, a European cultural organization of venues that house the arts. A surname from Hokkien. Teh Tarik, an Indian-style hot drink made from black tea with condensed milk or evaporated milk, poured back and forth between two vessels to give it a frothy top. Tehachapi, a city in Kern County, California, United States. Tehachapi Mountains, a mountain range in California, United States, separating the Central Valley from the Mojave Desert, part of the Transverse Ranges. Delama, a small city in Tehama County, California, which was the original county seat. Tehama County, one of 58 counties in California, United States. County seat, Red Bluff. 10. A surname from Irish. Telani, a female given name. Tans, plural of Tahan. Tahira, a female given name. Ta'ari, alternative form of tari rice dish. Tassel, alternative spelling of tassel. Tassels, plural of tahassel. Teddy, alternative spelling of he. Tele, simple past and past participle of te. A, present participle and gerund of te. Teis, third person singular simple present indicative of te. Terror, dated spelling of Tehran. Terranian, dated form of Terranian. Terranians, plural of Terranian. Teda, alternative form of Tahini. A trans-exclusionary homosexual male, a gay man who holds gender-critical or anti-transgender views, particularly one who considers trans men to be women. Te, alternative letter case form of tame. He, plural of tame. Tames, plural of tame. Tyre, archaic form of Tar Asian ungulate. Dera, the capital city of Iran, the seat of Tehran County's Central District and the capital of Tehran Province. Tehran, alternative form of Tehran. Tehran Gels, a Persian Iranian-dominated neighborhood of Los Angeles, California, United States. Tehrani, a native or resident of the city of Tehran. Tehranian, of or relating to the city of Tehran. Tehranians, plural of Tehranian. Tehranis, plural of Tehrani. Tehri, alternative form of tari rice dish. Teis, plural of teir. Ez, plural of te. Tasil, alternative spelling of tassel. Tasildar, archaic form of tasildar. Tasildaries, plural of tasildari. Tasildars, plural of tasildar. Tasildari, archaic form of tasildari. Tasils, plural of tasil. Tasil, alternative Alternative spelling of Tahsil. Tahsildar, an administrative officer in Pakistan and India who gathers taxes from a tahsil. Tahsildari, the rank or post of Tahsildar. Tahsildaris, plural of Tahsildari. Tahsildaris, plural of Tahsildari. Tahsildars, plural of Tahsildar. Tahsildari, alternative form of Tahsildari. Tahsils, plural of Tahsil. Tehuantepec, a city in Oaxaca, Mexico. Tehuantepec, a violent mountain gap wind that travels through the Chavela Pass in southern Mexico across the Isthmus of Tehuantepec. Tehuantepecers, plural of Tehuantepecer. Tehuch, a group of indigenous peoples of Patagonia and the southern Pampas regions of Argentina and Chile. Initialism of trans-earth injection. Tayan, of or relating to Teos in ancient Ania or to the poet Anakian, a native of that place. Tayans, plural of Tayan. Tai, a surname. Taiman, a surname. Taimens, plural of Teichmann. Teichmuller space is space T as assigned to a real topological or differential surface S. It parameterizes complex structures on S up to the action of homeomorphisms that are isotopic to the identity homeomorphism. Teichmuller spaces, plural of Teichmuller space. Teichmuatuki lemma, a lemma stating that every non-empty collection of finite character has a maximal element with respect to inclusion. Teichoic, of or pertaining to the teichoic acids or their derivatives. Teichoic acid, any of several polymers of glycerol or ribitol linked via phosphodiester bonds that are found in the cell walls of many bacteria. Teichoic acids, plural of teichoic acid. Teichopsia, scintillating scotoma, a kind of visual aura preceding a migraine. Teichopsias, plural of teichopsia. Teichuronic, relating to a teichuronic acid or its derivatives. Teichuronic acid, any of a group of heteropolymeric polysaccharides composed of a uronic acid and other carbohydrates present in the walls of some gram-positive bacteria. Teichuronic acids, plural of teichuronic acid. Teichoplanic, relating to or containing teichoplanin. Teichoplanin, any of several glycopeptide antibiotics used against gram-positive bacteria. Teichoplanins, plural of teichoplanin. A dormant volcano on Tenerife, the highest mountain in Spain. A river in Wales that forms the boundary between Carmarthenshire and Ceredigion, and also with Pembrokeshire for a short distance. Tejan, a surname from Norwegian. Tajans, plural of Tajan. Heller, a female given name. Teglach, small knotted pastries boiled in a honeyed syrup, a traditional Ashkenazi Jewish treat. Teglach, alternative form of Teglach. Dye, a river in Devon, England, which has its source on Dartmoor, flowing into the English Channel at Teignmouth. Teignbridge, a local government district of Devon, England. Taingrace, a hamlet and civil parish in Teignbridge district, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref S. Sex 8473. Tama, a town and civil parish with a town council in Tainbridge District, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SX 9473. Taid, of or belonging to the Taididae family of tropical American lizards. Tait, plural of taid. Tegasai, a particular steroid glycoside. Tege, glycoside. Tege, a system of community-supported agriculture in Japan. Hel, the lime tree or linden. Teilhardian, of or relating to Pierre Teilhard de Chardin 1881-1955, French idealist philosopher and Jesuit priest who had a profound influence on the New Age movement. Tailet, a village in Ariège Department, Occitania, France. Tales, plural of tail. Tailzone, the stratigraphic range of the rock unit between the first and last appearance datum of a particular taxon in a local area. A subset of the global biozone for that taxon. Tailzones, plural of tailzone. Day, alternative form of tien. Tained, atayeth. Tainable, subject to the payment of attained or tie. Tainted, simple past and past participle of tained. Tainding, present participle and gerund of tained. Tains, in Scotland, tithes derived from the produce of the land for the maintenance of the clergy. Tainate, an orthorhombic phenol mineral containing copper, hydrogen, oxygen, and tellurium. Hamland, land granted by the crown to a thane or lord. Tainoscope, an instrument formed by combining prisms so as to correct the chromatic aberration of the light while linear dimensions of objects seen through the prisms are increased or diminished. Tainoscopes, plural. Prisms are increased or diminished. Tainoscopes, plural of tainoscope. Taint, color tinge, taint. Tense, plural of taint. Tincture, color, hinge, tincture. Tinctures, plural of tincture. Tet, a Chechen and Ingush tribal organization or clan, self-identified through descent from a common ancestor or geographic location. Types, plural of tape. Derision, alternative form of Tyrosion. Derayes, alternative form of Tyrges. Plural of Tihai. Tesani, a village and commune of Prahova County, Romania. Taz, a river which is a tributary of the River Medway in Kent, England. Tyson, a surname from German. Teishoku, a set meal, usually a tray with one or more main courses, along with a number of side dishes: salad, rice, pickles, soup, etc. Teishokuya, a type of Japanese restaurant similar to an American diner that serves cheap, commonplace foods. Tyson, a surname from German. Tyson, a surname from German. Tadal, a Jewish surname. Tadelbaum, a surname from Yiddish. Tadelbaums, plural of Tadelbaum. Teixeira, a surname from Portuguese. Teixeiras, plural of Teixeira. Teixobactin, an antibiotic discovered in a screen of uncultured bacteria Eleutheria terri grown in situ in soil, thought to be unlikely to lead to the development of resistance in pathogens. If obsolete form of T's is simple past and past participle of T's. As third person singular simple present indicative of T's. T's, present participle and gerund of T's. Ted, a type of honey wine or mead from Ethiopia and Eritrea typically served in a specialized glass vessel known as a barrel. Tejada, a surname from Spanish. Tejadas, plural of Tejada. Tedel, a female given name. Tejana, a female Texan of Mexican descent. Tejanas, plural of Tejana. Tejano, a Spanish colonial settler of the region that later became Texas. Tejanos, plural of Tejano. Tejanks, a Texan of Mexican descent of any gender, a Tejano or Tejana. Tejanks, plural of Tejanks. Tejeda, a surname from Spanish. Tejedas, plural of Tejeda. Tejurer, a surname. Tejuras, plural of Tejura. Tejero, a barangay of Cebu City, Cebu, Philippines. Tejeros, a barangay of Makati, Metro Manila, Philippines. Tejelot, a stone pestle used in Mexican cuisine, often cylindrical in shape and used with a malkajit. Tejelots, plural of tejelot. Tejpa, malabathroom. Teju, alternative form of Tegu South American lizard. Tejuino, a cold beverage made from fermented corn and sweetened with piloncillo. In Guadalajara, it is often served with lime sorbet nieve de limon. Tejuinos, plural of tejuino. Tedes, plural of teju. Tejutepec, a town in Cabañas Department, El Salvador. Tejala, a town in Chalatenango Department, El Salvador. Initialism of traditional ecological knowledge. Pronunciation spelling of take representing dialectal English. Deka, a female given name originating as a coinage of African American usage. Tecama, a city, the county seat of Burt County, Nebraska, United States. Tekken, to bully or treat harshly, to punish especially in military contexts. Tekelet, biblical blue. Tekai, a single long blast played on the shofar. Tekaya Jedala, an extremely long blast of the shofar, the final blast in the ceremony. Dekayas, plural of Tekaya. Tekit, archaic form of takia. Heke, plural of taki. Titi, present participle and gerund of tek. Tekirdağ, a province and metropolitan municipality in European Turkey. Tekirian, a surname from Armenian. Tekirians, plural of Tekirian. Tekhe, archaic form of takia. Tekye, archaic form of takia. Tekais, plural of tekiai. Tekha, a miso condiment made from stir-fried, boiled, and powdered root vegetables. Tekamaki, hasamaki sushi with a tuna filling. In Turkey, a dervish or Sufi lodge or place of worship, alternative form of takia. Simple past and past participle of tek. Tekken, past participle of tek. Tabers, an ability to do something well, skill, UK a technique. Thefs, plural of tek. Teke, present participle and gerund of tek. Teto, a surname. Tekels, plural of tekel. Tekken, alternative form of techno. Teneval, a large free counter-cultural party with electronic music typically held in Europe in the summer. Tenevals, plural of teneval. Techno, synonym of free techno music genre. Technonym, a name for an adult derived from that of a child, especially that of the eldest child. Technonymic, relating to technonymy. Tegnonymous, relating to technonymy. Technonyms, plural of technonym. Technonymy, the cultural practice of referring to parents by the names of their children. Tiko, a Tupi-Guarani-speaking people in French Guiana, living on the banks of the Kimobi and Tampak rivers. Eka, synonym of Pilau Tekon. Tekatiko, carved figure as a finial on the gable of a Maori house. F's, acronym of Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills. F's, third person singular simple present indicative of tech. F, simple past and past participle of tech. Thecte, any of a class of polymeric cytoskeletal proteins. Tectins, plural of tectin. Tecti, a small, round, dark glassy object composed of silicates formed by the rapid cooling of molten ejecta from meteorite impacts. Texites, plural of tectite. Tactidic, of or relating to a tektite. Tectological, relating to tectology. Tectology, a Bogdanovian discipline that unified all social, biological, and physical sciences by considering them as systems of relationships. Dactin, a carpenter or mason. Tectosilicate, alternative spelling of tectosilicate. Tectosilicates, plural of tectosilicate. Tecu, a solstice or equinox. Techi, alternative form of tachia. Tecte, alternative form of tachia. The tetrethylead or tetrethylead. Tetrethylead, a gasoline additive to boost octane rating. L, abbreviation of telephone number. Tel al Rabbi, alternative spelling of Tel al Rabbi. Tel al Rabbi, alternative spelling of Tel al Rabbi. Tel Aviv, a city in Israel that later merged with Jaffa to form Tel Aviv Yafo. Tel Aviv Jaffa, alternative form of Tel Aviv Yafo. Tel Aviv Yafo, a municipality in Israel formed by the merger of Tel Aviv and Jaffa. Tel Avivan, or relating to Tel Aviv. Tel Avivans, plural of Tel Avivan. Tel, abbreviation of telephone. Tel, a thin, web-like structure or membrane. Telechoroidea, a region of meningeal pia mater that adheres to the underlying eponyma and gives rise to the choroid plexus in each of the brain's 4 ventricles. Telespec, a drug used to treat tuberculosis. Tele, plural of tela. Telesthesia, alternative spelling of telesthesia. Telecucha, the plant Coccinia grandis. Telalda, referred pain. Telgelonite, an alginite found in sapropel and composed of large, discretely occurring colonial or thick-walled unicellular algae. Telogenites, plural of telgelonite. Telamon, father of Ajax, brother of Peleus. Telamons, plural of Telamon. Telamons, plural of Telamon. Telangana, a state in south-central India created in 2014 by separation from Andhra Pradesh. Capital, Hyderabad. Telanganite, a resident of Telangana, India. Telanganites, plural of Telanganite. Telangitases, plural of Telangitases. Telangiectasia, a condition characterized by dilatation of the capillaries, causing them to appear as small red or purple clusters, often spidery in appearance on the skin or the surface of an organ. Telangiectasia, plural of Telangiectasia. Telangiectasial, relating to Telangiectasia. Telangiectasias, plural of Telangiectasia. Telangiectasic, of or pertaining to Telangiectasia. Telangiectasies, plural of Telangiectasie. Telangiectasies, synonym of Telangiectasia. Telangiectasia, plural of Telangiectasia. Telangiectasie, alternative form of Telangiectasia. Telangiectatic, of or pertaining to Telangiectasia. Telangiectasies. Telangiectasia, misspelling of Telangiectasia. Teleprever, a protease inhibitor intended to treat hepatitis C. Telepristone, an investigational selective progesterone receptor modulator tested for treatment of progesterone-sensitive myomata. Telar, relating to a tela, a web or membrane. Tellargpolite, an isometric steel gray mineral containing palladium, silver, and tellurium. Telluri, of or relating to a web. Tellus, plural of tella. Telatinev, a tyrosine kinase inhibitor. Teletogram, a message transmitted and recorded by teletograph. Teletograms, plural of teletograph. Teletograph, an analog precursor to the fax machine, transmitting electrical impulses recorded by potentiometers to servomechanisms attached to a pen at the receiving station, thus reproducing a drawing or signature made by the sender. Teletographic, of or relating to teletography. Teletographically, by means of teletography. Teletographs, plural of teletograph. Teletography, transmission of messages by teletograph. Telavancin, a bactericidal lipoglycopeptide. Tel Aviv, the main city and administrative center of the eastern province of Kakheti, Georgia. Telzal, an anesthetic that is a mixture of tiltamine and zolazepam. Telven, a barangay of alaminos, Pangasinan, Philippines. Telbavudine, an antiviral drug used in the treatment of hepatitis B infection. Telkagevent, a particular drug under investigation in the treatment of migraine. Talsar, a commune and village in Bistritna Sud County, Romania. Telpo, a telecommunications company, a telecom. Telbom, alternative form of telecom. Telboms, plural of telcom. Telthos, plural of telco. Adat. Telda, a city and municipality of Gran Canaria, Canary Islands, Spain. Tels, plural of teld. Tella, a Fender Telecaster electric guitar. Tella, over a distance. Teleplaywright, alternative spelling of teleplaywright. Teleplaywrights, plural of teleplaywright. Telesnap, a still photograph of a television broadcast taken and sold for commercial use in the days before video recording. Telesnaps, plural of telesnap. Tele, plural of telos. Teleabortion, the practice of using teleconsultation to assist a patient in aborting a pregnancy. Teleabortions, plural of teleabortion. Teleanesthetic, relating to teleanesthesia. Teleanesthesia, remotely administered anesthesia. Telangiectasia, misspelling of telangiectasia. Teleassessment, a health assessment carried out remotely using audiovisual telecommunications between doctor and patient. Teleassessments, plural of teleassessment. Teleassistance, assistance provided by means of a telecommunication system. Teleautomata, plural of teleautomaton. Teleautomatic, being or relating to a teleautomaton, movable by remote control. Teleautomaton, a machine that can be moved by remote control. Telebanking, banking carried out over a computer network. Telebarometer, a barometer that records and transmits readings at a distance. Telebarometers, plural of telebarometer. Telebehavioral health, synonym of telemental health. Telebidding, the placing of bets by means of telecommunication or computer networks. Telebooking, the placing of reservations via telecommunication network. Telebookings, plural of telebooking. Telebooth, a booth from which one can teleport to another location. Telebooths, plural of telebooth. Telebridge, a kind of teleconference that connects groups of people in different countries by means of satellite television. Telebridges, plural of telebridge. Telebridging, the use of a telebridge conferencing facility. Telebriefing, a briefing given by means of telecommunications technology. Telebriefings, plural of telebriefing. Telebroadcast, a television broadcast. Telebroadcasted, simple past and past participle of telebroadcast. Telebroadcaster, a television broadcaster. Telebroadcasters, plural of telebroadcaster. Telebroadcasting, present participle and gerund of telebroadcast. Telebroadcasts, plural of telebroadcasts. Telebroker, a stockbroker who carries out telebroking. Telebrokers, plural of telebroker. Telebroking, stockbroking carried out via telecommunication network. Telebureau, a telecenter. Telebureaus, plural of telebureau. Telebureau, plural of telebureau. Telebus, a bus that can be summoned by telephone rather than traveling a fixed route. Telebuses, plural of telebus. Telebusiness, business transacted over telecommunication networks. Telebusinesses, plural of telebusiness. Telecabin, a type of cable car used as a ski lift. Telecabine, alternative form of telecabin. Telecabines, plural of telecabine. Telecabins, plural of telecabin. Telecall, a telephone call. Telecalle, the placing of telephone calls, especially for the purpose of telemarketing. Telecalls, plural of telecall. Telecamera, a television camera. or a video camera more generally. Telecameras, plural of telecamera. Telecanthus, increased distance between the medial canthia as well the pupillary distance is normal. Telecanvassing, canvassing by telephone. Telecardiogram, synonym of electrocardiogram. Telecardiograms, plural of telecardiogram. Telecardiographic, synonym of electrocardiographic. Telecardiography, synonym of electrocardiography. Telecardiological, relating to telecardiology. Telecardiology, cardiology carried out remotely using telecommunication technology. Telecare, healthcare facilitated by telecommunication technology. Telecarer, a healthcare professional who works remotely by means of telecare. Telecarers, plural of telecarer. Telecasts, to broadcast by television. Telecasted, simple past and past participle of telecast. Telecaster, a television broadcaster. Telecasters, plural of telecaster. Telecasting, present participle and gerund of telecasts. Telecasts, plural of telecasts. Telecatalog, alternative form of telecatalog. Telecatalogs, plural of telecatalog. Telecatalog, a catalog published by means of a telecommunication network. Telecatalogs, plural of telecatalog. Telecenter, alternative form of telecenter. Telecenters, plural of telecenter. Telecenter, a place where members of the public may access personal computers and other digital equipment and the Internet in order to acquire or improve skills. Telecenters, plural of telecenter. Telecentric, relating to a compound lens which has its entrance or exit pupil at infinity in the prior case. This produces an orthographic view of the subject. Telecentricity, the condition of being telecentric. Telecephalon, misspelling of telencephalon. Telecheck, a check financial instrument that is not written out and signed by the drawer, but verbally authorized over the telephone and then printed and stamped by the payee. Telechecks, plural of telecheck. Telechelech, describing any polymer that has functional groups as its end groups. Telechelix, plural of telechelech. Telecheer, a robotic arm controlled by a human and offering a telepresence environment. Telechirer, relating to a telecheer. Telechirograph, an instrument for telegraphically transmitting and receiving handwritten messages as photographically by a beam of light from a mirror. Telechirographs, plural of telechirograph. Telecheers, plural of telecheer. Telescene, the process of transferring motion picture film into electronic form. Telescened, simple past and past participle of telescene. Telescening, present participle and gerund of telescene. Telescenes, plural of telescene. Telescening, present participle and gerund of telescene. Telecipher, a cipher machine that works in conjunction with a teletypewriter. Teleciphers, plural of telecipher. Teleclass, A class taught remotely by means of a conference call. Teleclasses, plural of teleclass. Teleclassroom, the virtual classroom in which teleteaching is imagined to take place. Teleclassrooms, plural of teleclassroom. Teleclinic, a virtual clinic held via telecommunications technology. Teleclinical, relating to a teleclinic. Teleclinician, the clinician who operates a teleclinic. Teleclinicians, plural of teleclinician. Teleclinics, plural of teleclinic. Teleclone, to clone a quantum state and subsequently transmit it to a remote site. Teleclone, simple past and past participle of teleclone. Teleclones, third-person singular simple present indicative of teleclone. Teleclining, present participle and gerund of teleclone. Telecoaching, coaching at a distance by use of telecommunications. Telecobalt, teletherapy using radioactive cobalt. Telecobaltotherapy, teletherapy using radioactive cobalt. Telecobaltotherapy, cobalt therapy is a teletherapy. Telecore, a numerical encoding of a Tibetan word or phrase used in CIA espionage. Telecodes, plural of telecore. Telecoil, a coil of wire included within hearing aids and cochlear implants that respond to electromagnetic signals usually generated by an induction loop. Telecoils, plural of telecoil. Telecollaboration, collaboration by remote participants by means of telecommunication or computer networks. Telecollaborations, plural of telecollaboration. Telecollaborative, relating to telecollaboration. Telecollaboratively, in a telecollaborative manner. Telecollaborator, a participant in telecollaboration. Telecollaborators, plural of telecollaborator. Telecolposcopy, colposcopy carried out at a remote hospital with the images analyzed at a central location. Telecom, telecommunication or telecommunications. Telecomedies, plural of telecomedy. Telecomedy, a television comedy show. Telecom, alternative form of telecom. Telecom, abbreviation of telecommunication. Telecommand, a command transmitted to a device. Telecommand, plural of telecommand. Telecommerce, commerce carried out by means of telecommunication networks. Telecoms, alternative form of telecoms. Telecommunicate, to communicate over a long distance, often across the internet. Telecommunicated, simple past and past participle of telecommunicate. Telecommunicates, third person singular simple present indicative of telecommunicate. Telecommunicating, present participle and gerund of telecommunicate. Telecommunication, the science and technology of the communication of messages over a distance using electric, electronic, or electromagnetic impulses. Telecommunicational, of or pertaining to telecommunication. Telecommunications, plural of telecommunication. Telecommunications tower, a structure intended to support antennas, waveguide, and associated equipment for the transmission of signals for wireless communication. Telecommunications towers, plural of telecommunications tower. Telecommunicative, relating to telecommunication. Telecommunicator, one who answers telephone calls for the emergency services. Telecommunicators, plural of telecommunicator. Telecommute, to work from home, sometimes for part of a working day or week, using a computer connected to one's employer's network or via the internet. Telecommuted. Simple past and past participle of telecommute. Telecommuter. Someone who telecommutes using a computer connected to an employer's network or via the internet. Telecommuters. Plural of telecommuter. Telecommutes. Third person singular simple present indicative of telecommute. Telecommuting. The practice of using telecommunications technology to do one's work at a location remote from one's office, such as one's home, an internet cafe, etc. Telecomputer. A proposed device combining the functions of a computer and a television, telegraph, telephone, teleporter, or telecommunicator. Telecomputers. Plural of telecomputer. Telecomputing. Computing that utilizes a large network such that distant users can communicate with each other, especially prior to the internet. Telecoms. Telecommunications. Telecon. Clipping of teleconference. Teleconf. Clipping of teleconference. Teleconference. A telephone conference, an arranged phone call between more than two parties. Teleconferenced. Simple past and past participle of teleconference. Teleconferencer. A participant in a teleconference. Teleconferencers. Plural of teleconferencer. Teleconferences. Plural of teleconference. Teleconferencing. The holding of teleconferences. Telecoms. Plural of teleconf. Teleconnected. Connected by a teleconnection. Teleconnection. A causal link between two or more distant weather systems. Teleconnections. Plural of teleconnection. Teleconnective. Relating to or exhibiting teleconnection. Telecons. Plural of telecon. Teleconsult. To take part in teleconsultation. Teleconsultant. One who carries out a teleconsultation. Teleconsultants. Plural of teleconsultant. Teleconsultation. A healthcare consultation carried out remotely using audiovisual telecommunications between doctor and patient. Teleconsultations. Plural of teleconsultation. Teleconsulted. Simple past and past participle of teleconsult. Teleconsulting. Teleconsultation. Teleconsults. Third person singular simple present indicative of teleconsult. Telecontrol. To control remotely by means of a telecontroller. Telecontrol. Simple past and past participle of telecontrol. Telecontroller. An industrial device that controls equipment from a distance. Telecontrollers. Plural of telecontroller. Telecontrolling. Present participle and gerund of telecontrol. Telecontrols. Third person singular simple present indicative of telecontrol. Teleconvention. A convention that is broadcast by means of television. Teleconventions. Plural of teleconvention. Teleconversation. Conversation taking place over a telephone or other means of telecommunication such as a computer network. Teleconversations. Plural of teleconversation. Teleconversion. The enlargement of an image achieved with a teleconverter lens. Teleconverter. A secondary lens mounted between the camera and a photographic lens so as to enlarge the central part of an image obtained by the objective lens. Teleconverters. Plural of teleconverter. Telecooler. district cooling. Telecup, a police officer, especially a detective as portrayed on television. Telecopy, simple past and past participle of telecopy. Telecopier, synonym of fax machine. Telecopiers, plural of telecopier. Telecopies, plural of telecopy. Telecoptered, any dung beetle that rolls a pile of dung. Telecopterids, plural of telecopterid. Telecups, plural of telecup. Telecopter, a helicopter used by a television news channel to gather footage. Telecopters, plural of telecopter. Telecopy, a fax message. Telecopy, present participle and gerund of telecopy. Telecording, telerecording. Telecottage, a facility offering access to technology, etc. to the local community. Telecottages, plural of telecottage. Telecottaging, teleworking. Telecounseling, remote counseling, typically by telephone. Telecounseling, alternative form of telecounseling. Telecounselor, alternative form of telecounselor. Telecounselors, plural of telecounselor. Telecounselor, a counselor who offers telecounseling. Telecounselors, plural of telecounselor. Telecoupled, joined together although physically separated. Telecoupling, remote socioeconomic or environmental interaction. Telecouplings, plural of telecoupling. Telecourse, in distance learning, a course that consists of a radio or television broadcast. Telecourses, plural of telecourse. Telecryptograph, a telegraph system in which the message is typed on an ordinary typewriter but transmitted in encrypted form. Telecryptographs, plural of telecryptograph. Teledating, dating facilitated by telephone, the partners typically communicating by recorded message before they meet in person. Teledemocracies, plural of teledemocracy. Teledemocracy, e-democracy. Teledensity, plural of teledensity. Teledensity, a measurement of the number of telephones in a region compared with the number of inhabitants. Teledensity rate, the number of telephone lines per 100 people in a region. Teledental, relating to teledentistry. Teledentistry, the use of information technology and telecommunications for dental primary care, consultation, education, and public awareness in the same manner as telehealth and telemedicine. Teledermatological, of or pertaining to teledermatology. Teledermatologist, a dermatologist who practices teledermatology. Teledermatologists, plural of teledermatologists. Teledermatology, the use of telecommunication technology to exchange medical data concerning skin conditions and tumors. Teledermatoscopy, alternative form of teledermoscopy. Teledermoscopic, related to teledermoscopy. Teledermoscopically, by means of teledermoscopy. Teledermoscopy, dermoscopy via digital images transmitted to a remote specialist. Teledebates, the application of telehealth to diabetes. Telediagnose, to employ telediagnosis. Telediagnosed, simple past and past participle of telediagnose. Telediagnoses, plural of telediagnosis. Telediagnosis. Diagnosis from a distance, generally using information technology. Telediagnoste. Relating to telediagnosis or to telediagnostics. Telediagnostics. Diagnostics examined remotely. Telediastole. The final phase of ventricular diastole. Telediastole. Occurring towards the end of ventricular diastole. Teledildonic. Pertaining to teledildonics. Teledildonics. Technology which can be used to remotely control dildonics, allowing mutual masturbation over the internet. Teledoctor. A doctor who provides medical services by means of a telecommunication system, a physician working in telemedicine. Teledoctoring. The work of a teledoctor, providing medical services by means of a telecommunication system. Teledoctors. Plural of teledoctor. Teledocumentation. The provision of documents by means of a telecommunication system. Teledrama. A drama made for television. Teledramas. Plural of teledrama. Teledramatic. Of or relating to teledrama. Teledramatists. A writer of teledrama. Teledramatists. Plural of teledramatists. Teledu. A stinked badger, a mammal endemic to the island of Java, Midas javanensis. Teleeducation. The provision of education by means of a telecommunication network. Teledes. Plural of teledu. Teledynamic. Alternative form of teledynamic. Telexamination. Examination carried out remotely. Telexaminations. Plural of telexamination. Telefacsimile. Thus, telefacsimiles. Plural of telefacsimile. Telefactor. A remote manipulation system in which a slave device mimics the motions of a master device manipulated directly by the operator. Telefactors. Plural of telefactor. Telefantasies. Plural of telefantasy. Telefantasy. A television serial with a fantasy theme. Telefax. Synonym of telefacsimile. Telefax. Simple past and past participle of telefax. Telefaxes. Plural of telefax. Telefaxing. Present participle and gerund of telefax. Telefeature. Telefilm. Telefeatures. Plural of telefeature. Telefelonies. Plural of telefelony. Telefelony. Criminal action involving telecommunications technology, such as cable theft or telephone fraud. Telefare. A tolfer or cable car. Teleferics. Plural of telepheric. Telefiction. Fiction that is broadcast by means of television. Telefilm. A film made for television. Telefilme. Of or relating to the medium of telefilm. Telefilms. Plural of telefilm. Telephone. Misspelling of telephone. Telephore. Plural of teleforum. Teleforce. A proposed defensive weapon that would accelerate pellets or slugs of material to a high velocity inside a vacuum chamber via electrostatic repulsion and then fire them out of nozzles at a target. Teleforum. A teleconference. Teleforums. Plural of teleforum. Telefrag. To frag a player by teleporting into the other player. Telefragged. Simple past and past participle of telefrag. Telefragging. Present participle and gerund of telefrag. Telefrags. Third person singular simple present indicative of telefrag. Telefraud. Telemarketing fraud. Telefuture. A possible future arising from the use of telecommunications technology. Telefutures. Plural of telefuture. Teller. Abbreviation of telegram. Teller. Abbreviation of telegram. Telaga. A commune of Prahova County, Romania. Telegambling. Gambling by means of telecommunication or computer networks. Telegaming. The playing of games by two or more distant participants, especially using telecommunications, such as telephony that predate the internet. Telegas. Plural of telega. Telegenesis. Reproduction at a distance, especially through artificial insemination. Telegenetic. Of, pertaining to, or arising from sex or reproduction at a distance. Telegenetics. The provision of genetic testing and counseling services at a distance over a computer network. Telegenic. Having an appearance and exhibiting qualities thought to be attractive to television viewers. Telegenically. In a telegenic manner. Telegenicity. The quality of being telegenic. Teledynamic. Relating to telegeodynamics. Telegeodynamics. An electromechanical earth resonance concept for underground seismic exploration proposed by Nikola Tesla. Telejusid. Any beetle of the family Telejusidae. Telejusids. Plural of telejusid. Telegi. Plural of telega. Teleglaucoma. The application of telemedicine to glaucoma. Telegnosis. Knowledge of events outside of normal sensory perception. Telegnostic. Of or pertaining to telegnosis. Telegonic. Synonym of telegonous. Telegonous. Relating to telegony. Telegonus. The son of Circe and Odysseus. Telegony. The belief that, in the case of siblings from the same mother but different fathers, the second sibling could inherit characteristics from the father of the first. Telegram. An encrypted, cloud-based instant messaging service. Telegrammese. The terse, abbreviated writing style used in telegrams. Telegram date. A political scandal involving Ricardo Rossello, then governor of Puerto Rico, in 2019. Telegramlike. Resembling or characteristic of a telegram. Telegrammatic. Having the form of a telegram, especially brief and concise, using clipped syntax. Telegrammatically. By means of a telegram. Telegram. Rare spelling of telegram. Telegrammed. Simple past and past participle of telegram. Telegrams. Plural of telegram. Telegrammic. Dated form of telegrammatic. Telegramming. Present participle and gerund of telegram. Telegrams. Plural of telegram. Telegraph. Synonym of telegraphy, any process for transmitting arbitrarily long messages over a long distance using a symbolic code. Telegraph blue. A grayish-blue color, similar to cadet blue. Telegraph boy. A young male employed to notify people about incoming telegraphic messages. Telegraph boys. Plural of telegraph boy. Telegraph code. A character encoding used to transmit information through telegraphy machines. Telegraph codes, plural of telegraph code. Telegraph cucumber, a kind of long, thin, Swedish cucumber with a hook-like protrusion at one end. Telegraph cucumbers. Plural of telegraph cucumber. Telegraph hill, a place name. Telegraph line, a wire strung between two locations allowing telegraphic communication between them. Telegraph lines. Plural of telegraph line. Telegraph office, an office or institution providing telegraphic services, a place from which one could send a telegram, a historical kind of electronic message. Telegraph offices, plural of telegraph office. Telegraph operator, synonym of telegraphist and telegrapher. Telegraph operators, plural of telegraph operator. Telegraph plant, Cotoriocalyx moderius, a tropical Asian shrub, one of the few plants capable of rapid movement. Telegraph plants, plural of telegraph plant. Telegraph pole, a telegraph posts. Telegraph poles, plural of telegraph pole. Telegraph post, a pole, usually wooden, that carries telephone lines above a street. Telegraph posts, plural of telegraph posts. Telegraph stamp, a stamp intended solely for the prepayment of telegraph fees. Telegraph stamps, plural of telegraph stamp. Telegraph wire, synonym of telegraph line. Telegraph wires, plural of telegraph wire. Telegraph light, having the characteristics of a telegraph. Telegraphable, able to be telegraphed. Telegraph, simple past and past participle of telegraph. Telegraphine, a telegram. Telegraphemes, plural of telegrapheme. Telegrapher, a telegraph operator, one who sent telegrams. Telegrapher's paralysis, a stiff arm resulting from a long session of telegraph operation. Telegraphers, plural of telegrapher. Telegraphies, the terse, abbreviated writing style used in or as used in telegraph messages, speech that resembles this. Telegrapher, of, or relating to the telegraph. Telegraphical. Telegraphic. Telegraphically, by means of telegraphy. Telegraphies, plural of telegraphy. Telegraphing, present participle and gerund of telegraph. Telegraphings, plural of telegraphing. Telegraphist, a telegrapher or telegraph operator. Telegraphists, plural of telegraphist. Telegraph light, alternative form of telegraph-like. Telegraphone, an early device for recording sound by local magnetization of a steel wire, disc, or ribbon moved against the pole of a magnet connected electrically with a telephone receiver or similar. Telegraphones, plural of telegraphone. Telegraphophone, alternative form of telegraphone. Telegraphophones. Plural of telegraphophone. Telegraphoscope, an instrument for telegraphically transmitting a picture and reproducing its image as a instrument for telegraphically transmitting a picture and reproducing its image as a positive or negative. The transmitter includes a camera obscura and a row of minute selenium cells. The receiver includes an oscillograph, relay, equilibrator, and an induction coil whose sparks perforate a paper with tiny holes that form the image. Telegraphoscopes, plural of telegraph telescope. Telegraphs, third-person singular simple present indicative of telegraph. Telegraphy, silk ras goldenas long messages over a long distance using a code, especially by means of electrified wires or radio waves using Morse code. Telegs, plural of teleg. Telugu, archaic form of Telugu. Teleguidance, remote guidance as of a missile or spacecraft. Teleguide, to guide remotely. Teleguided, simple past and past participle of teleguide. Teleguides, third-person singular simple present indicative of teleguide. Teleguiding, present participle and gerund of teleguide. Telegus, plural of Telugu. Telehandler, a vehicle with a telescopically extensible boom, which can be fitted with various lifting or manipulative devices such as pallet forks or grab. Telehandlers, plural of telehandler. Telehaptic, relating to the transmission of physical touch over a telecommunication network, teletactile. Telehaptics, the study of telehaptic technology. Telehealth, healthcare facilitated by telecommunication technology, typically allowing a doctor or other healthcare professional to interact with a patient visually and audibly. Telehealthcare, synonym of telehealth. Teleheating, the supply of heat, either in the form of steam or hot water from a central source, such as a nuclear power plant, to a group of buildings, such as a city. Telehelp, remote help provided by means of a telecommunication system. Telehygrobarometer, an instrument for indicating the level hydrobarometers, plural of telehydrobarometer. Telekinograph, a combination of the camera lucida and telescope for drawing and measuring distant objects. Telekinographs, plural of telekinograph. Teleidoscope, a kind of kaleidoscope with a lens and an open view, capable of forming kaleidoscopic patterns from objects outside the instrument rather than from items installed as part of it. Teleidoscopes, plural of teleidoscope. Teleinformatic, relating to teleinformatics. Teleinformatics, informatics that employs telecommunications to allow remote systems or participants to work together. Teleinstruction, instruction or education by means of telecommunication or computer networks. Teleinstructional, relating to telinstruction. Teleinstructor, one who gives teleinstruction. Teleinstructors, plural of teleinstructor. Teleintervention, a healthcare intervention carried out remotely using audiovisual telecommunications between doctor and patient. Teleinterventions, plural of teleintervention. Teleinterview, an interview taking place between remote participants via a telecommunication system. Teleinterviews, plural of teleinterview. Teleo, fully grown adult. Teleacrosale, alternative form of teleacrosales. Teleacrosalides, plural of teleacrosales. Teleacrosalids, plural of teleacrosale. Teleacrosales, a third-stage nymph enclosed in the integument of the preceding nymphal stage. Teleacrosalizes, plural of teleacrosales. Teleahio, a person who is sexually attracted to adults. Teleaphiles, plural of teleaphile. Teleaphilia, sexual attraction to adults. Teleaphilia, relating to or exhibiting teleaphilia. Teleatic, complete, Perfect. Telejournalism. Journalism for the medium of television. Telejournalist. A journalist working in the medium of television. Telejournalistic. Relating to telejournalism. Telejournalists. Plural of telejournalists. Telejustice. The use of two-way interactive video for conducting judicial proceedings. Examples: judges monitoring behavior of those individuals on probation, allowing crime victims to testify at parole hearings via video, and allowing inmates to appear via video for parole hearings. Teleki, a surname from Hungarian. Telekinesis, plural of telekinesis. Telekinesis, the ability to move objects with the power of one's mind. Telekinesis, a person who purportedly moves or manipulates objects using telekinesis, i.e., by mental power without physical contact. Telekinesis, plural of telekinesis. Telekinetic, of or pertaining to telekinesis. Telekinetically, by means of telekinesis. Telekinesis, someone who has the ability to move objects with their mind, a telekinetic. Telekinesis, plural of telekinesis. Telekinetics, plural of telekinetic. Telekiosk, a kiosk offering telecommunication services such as email, fax, and SMS. Telekiosks, plural of telekiosk. Telekar, alternative form of telecon. Telekar, a prayer garment, usually worn by Southeast Asian Muslim women, consisting of two pieces, a loosely draped one-piece hijab that extends to the knees and a long skirt that hides the feet. Telecom, plural of telecon. Telelactation, a form of telehealth care in which inexperienced mothers are shown how to breastfeed via a video link. Telelearner, a student who engages in telelearning. Telelearners, plural of telelearner. Telelearning, learning by means of telecommunication or computer networks. Telelector, relating to transmission by means of electricity. Telelectroscope, any apparatus for making distant objects visible by the aid of electric transmission. Telelectroscopes, plural of telelectroscope. Telelecture, a lecture delivered using audio-visual telecommunications. Telelectures, plural of telelecture. Telelens, telephoto lens. Telelenses, plural of telelens. Telelitter, a letter transmitted by facsimile. Telelitters, plural of telelitter. Telematian, alternative form of telemation. Telemation, of or relating to Telemachus. Telemachus, the son of Odysseus and Penelope. Telemaintenance, remote maintenance provided by means of a telecommunication system. Telemammography, mammography in which the mammograms are examined at a remote site. Telema, a petty officer in the U.S. Navy who performs clerical, coding, and communications duties. Telemanipulate, to manipulate remotely by means of a telemanipulator. Telemanipulated, simple past and past participle of telemanipulate. Telemanipulates, third person singular simple present indicative of telemanipulate. Telemanipulating, present participle and gerund of telemanipulate. Telemanipulation, the use of telemanipulators. Telemanipulator, synonym of telefactor. Telemanipulators, plural of telemanipulator. Telemanometer, a manometer that records and transmits readings at a distance. Telemanometers, plural of telemanometer. Telemark, a county of Norway. Telemark skiing, a method of skiing using the telemark turn and using a binding that only connects the boot to the ski at the toes, just as in cross-country skiing. Telemark turn, a turn led with the heel flat on the downhill ski while the uphill ski is pulled beneath the skier's body with a flexed knee and raised heel. Telemark turns, plural of telemark turn. Telemark, simple past and past participle of telemark. Telemarker, one who takes part in telemark skiing. Telemarkers, plural of telemarker. Telemarket, to engage in telemarketing unsolicited telephone calls to potential customers. Telemarketed, simple past and past participle of telemarket. Telemarketer, someone who sells products or services by making unsolicited telephone calls. Telemarketers, plural of telemarketer. Telemarketing, the business of selling products or services by making unsolicited telephone calls to potential customers. Telemarket, third person singular simple present indicative of telemarket. Telemarking, present participle and gerund of telemark. Telemarks, plural of telemark. Telematic, of or pertaining to telematics. Telematically, by means of telematics. Telematics, the science of sending, receiving, and storing information via telecommunication devices. Telematization, conversion to telematic form or the addition of a telematic feature. Telemechanic, telemechanical. Telemechanical, of or relating to the operation of mechanisms at a distance. Telemechanically, by telemechanical means. Telemechanics, the operation of mechanisms at a distance. Telemechanism, a system allowing a mechanism to be operated from a distance. Telemechanisms, plural of telemechanism. Telemediate, involving or relating to telemediation, mediated by means of telecommunication technologies. Telemediation, mediation by means of telecommunication technologies. Telemedical, pertaining to telemedicine. Telemedically, in a telemedical manner. Telemedicinal, of or pertaining to telemedicine. Telemedicine, the transfer of medical information by means of telecommunication technologies for the purpose of consulting or for remote medical procedures or examinations. Telemeeting, a meeting between by remote participants by means of telecommunication or computer networks. Telemeetings, plural of telemeeting. Telemen, plural of telemen. Telemental health, the use of telecommunication technology to provide treatment for mental disorders. Telementation, the transmission of ideas from one mind to another as through the use of language. Telementational, relating to telementation. Telementor, one who mentors by means of telecommunication or computer networks. Telementor, mentored by means of telecommunication or computer networks. Telementoring, mentoring by means of telecommunication or computer networks. Telementors, plural of telementor. Telemeric, misspelling of telemeric. Telemessage, a kind of telegram initially sent out electronically and then printed for delivery to the recipient. Telemessages, plural of telemessage. Telemessaging, the use of telemessages. Telemetacarpal deer, any deer of the subfamily Capiolinae. Telenet airgraph, any apparatus for recording meteorological phenomena at a distance from the measuring apparatus as by electricity or compressed air, especially such an apparatus recording conditions at many distant stations at a central office. Telemeteorography, relating to telemeteorography. Telenet airgraphs, plural of telenet aerograph. Telemeteorography, the use of a telenet aerograph. Telemeter, any measuring device used in telemetry. Telemeter, measured by means of telemetry. Telemetering, present participle and gerund of telemeter. Telemeterize, to fit with the telemeter. Telemeterize, simple past and past participle of telemeterize. Telemeters, plural of telemeter. Telemeter, alternative form of telemeter. Telemeters, plural of telemeter. Telemetry, of or pertaining to telemetry. Telemetrical, synonym of telemetric. Telemetrically, by means of telemetry. Telemetrics, telemetric technology, the use of telemetry. Telemetries, plural of telemetry. Telemetrist, a person who works in telemetry. Telemetrists, plural of telemetrists. Telemetrography, the use of a combination of the camera lucida and telescope for drawing and measuring distant objects. Telemetry, the science and associated technology of the automatic recording and transmission of data from a remote source to a receiving station for analysis. Telemicroscope, any of several optical instruments that combine the functions of a telescope and microscope, for example projecting a microscope image onto a screen. Telemicroscopes, plural of telemicroscope. Telemicroscopic, relating to a telemicroscope. Telemicroscopy, the use of a telemicroscope. Telemed, any spider in the family Telemidae. Telemeds, plural of telemed. Telemonitor, a system that monitors something remotely, especially in telemedicine, one that monitors the condition of a patient in another location. Telemonitor, simple past and past participle of telemonitor. Telemonitoring, present participle and gerund of telemonitor. Telemonitors, plural of telemonitor. Telemorph, misconstruction of telemorph. Telemorphs, plural of telemorph. Telemotor, a hydraulic device by which the movement of the wheel on the bridge operates the steering gear at the stern. Telemotors, plural of telemotor. Telemovie, a feature film produced and originally distributed by a television network. Telemovies, plural of telemovie. Telempath, someone able to sense the emotions of others by paranormal means, someone who has the power of telepathy. Telepathy, relating to or involving telepathy, the paranormal ability to sense the emotions of others. Telepaths, plural of telepath. Telepathy, the paranormal ability to sense the emotions of others, empathy. Telencephala, plural of telencephalon. Telencephalic, relating to the telencephalon. Telencephalization, the evolutionary process by which cognitive functions which were regulated by lower nerve centers are progressively controlled, partially or entirely, by the cerebrum. Telencephalization, the evolutionary process by which cognitive functions which were regulated by lower nerve centers are progressively controlled, partially or entirely, by the cerebrum. Telencephalon, the anterior part of the forebrain, the hindbrain. Telencephalonic, relating to a telencephalon. Telencephalons, plural of telencephalon. Telenephrology, nephrology carried out over a telecommunication network. Telenergy, display of force or energy at a distance or without contact. Telekinesis. Telenesti, a city and district of Moldova. Teleneurological, relating to teleneurology. Teleneurologists, one who practices teleneurology. Teleneurologists, plural of teleneurologists. Teleneurology, neurology using remote access to a patient. Teleneuropsychological, relating to teleneuropsychology. Teleneuropsychology, neuropsychology carried out remotely, typically by means of a video link. Telenewspaper, synonym of telepaper, electronic newspaper. Telenewspapers, plural of telenewspaper. Telengid, the teluts. Telengut, alternative form of telengit. Telenovel, a serialized television drama. Telenovela, a television soap opera presented as a miniseries. Telenovelas, plural of telenovela. Telenovels, plural of telenovel. Telenurse, a nurse who uses telenursing technologies. Telenurses, plural of telenurse. Telenursing, the use of telecommunication technology to provide nursing services, including consulting with patients and receiving health data from them. Telenutrition, information and advice concerning nutrition provided remotely. Telenzepine, an antimuscarinic used in the treatment of peptic ulcers. Tele and goal purpose. Teleanalysis, plural of teleanalysis. Teleanalysis, an analysis that combines data from different fields. Teleanalytic, relating to teleanalysis. Teleanticipation, the anticipation of the end of a physical task that allows more efficient expenditure of energy. Teleanticipatory, relating to teleanticipation. Teleobjective, a telephoto lens. Teleobjectives, plural of teleobjective. Teleobstetrics, obstetrics facilitated by a specialist who advises over a telecommunication network. Telocidin, a terpenoid indole alkaloid produced by bacteria of the Streptomyces genus. Teleoconch, the portion of a shell of a conchifer mollusk formed immediately after the larval stage of the life cycle of the organism. Teleoconches, plural of teleoconch. Teleoconch, plural of teleoconch. Teleocracies, plural of teleocracy. Teleocracy, an organization or system of government existing for a specific purpose. Telocratic, relating to teleocracy. Telodesmation, of or relating to the telodesmasia. Telefunctional, relating to teleorganic function. Telogenesis, autonomous setting of goals. Telogenetic, setting goals for itself. Telogenic, alternative form of telogenetic. Teleologic, of or relating to teleology, teleological. Teleological, of or pertaining to teleology. showing evidence of design or purpose. Teleological argument, a type of argument for the existence of God, stating that orderliness of nature is evidence of design, therefore also of a designer. Teleological arguments, plural of teleological argument. Teleologicality, the quality of being teleological. Teleologically, in a teleological context or manner. Teleologies, plural of teleology. Teleologism, the idea that whether an action is right or wrong is determined by its consequences. Teleologist, one who studies teleology. Teleologists, plural of teleologists. Teleology, the study of the purpose or design of natural occurrences. Telomorph, the final, sexually reproductive form in the life cycle of any fungus of the phyla Escamicota and Basidiomycota. Telomorphe, of a fungus in a sexually reproducing mode. Telomorphically, in a telomorphic manner. Telomorphs, plural of telomorph. Telonomy, of or pertaining to telonomy. Telonomies, plural of telonomy. Telonomist, a student of telonomy. Telonomists, plural of telonomists. Telonomy, the quality of living organisms of seeming to be organized towards the attainment of an end. Teleoperation, the remote operation of a machine or device. Teleopti, misspelling of teleopti. Teleoperate, to operate a device remotely. Teleoperate, simple past and past participle of teleoperate. Teleoperates, third person singular simple present indicative of teleoperate. Teleoperating, present participle and gerund of teleoperate. Teleoperation, the remote operation of a device. Teleoperational, relating to teleoperation. Teleoperations, plural of teleoperation. Teleoperator, one who operates a robot, etc. remotely. Teleoperators, plural of teleoperator. Telephobia, reluctance or refusal to ascribe purpose to natural phenomena. Teleophthalmological, relating to teleophthalmology. Teleophthalmology, ophthalmology carried out remotely using audiovisual telecommunications between doctor and patient. Telephi, a plant of perfect or complete organization, one of the higher plants. Telephytes, plural of telephyte. Teleps, plural of telep. Telopsia, a vision perception disorder in which objects appear much further away than they actually are. Telopsias, plural of telopsia. Telopsa, any fly of the genus Telopsis. Telopsids, plural of teleopsid. Teleoptile, a fully formed feather of a mature bird. Teleoptiles, plural of teleoptile. Teleorganic, metal. Teleorman, a county of Romania. Telosaur, any of several species of marine crocodilomorphs belonging to Telesauridae. They are similar to the modern-day gharial. Telesaurian, any member of the genus Telesaurus. Telesaurians, plural of telesaurian. Telesaurid, a telosauр. Telesaurids, plural of telesaur. Telosaurs, plural of telosaur. Telosmantic, of or pertaining to telosmantics. Telosmantics, the view that the notion of representation should be defined with respect to biological function. Telos, of or relating to the teloste fish with bony skeletons. Telostean, any of very many ravened fish of the infactless teloste. Telostens, plural of teleostean. Telostome, any fish of the clade Telostome. Telostomes, plural of telostome. Telosts, plural of telosts. Telotoscope, a telescopic otoscope. Teleotoscopes, plural of teleotoscope. Telozetic, selecting goals for itself. Telepad, a platform on which a person or object is placed in order to be teleported elsewhere. Telepads, plural of telepad. Telepediatic, relating to telepediatrics. Telepediatrics, pediatrics carried out over a telecommunication network. Telepaper, a newspaper that can be downloaded in an electronic format. Telepapers, plural of telepaper. Teleparallel, of, pertaining to, or exhibiting teleparallelism. Teleparallelism, an early attempt at unifying electromagnetism and gravity, according to which a spacetime is characterized by a curvature-free linear connection in conjunction with a metric tensor field, both defined in terms of a dynamical tetrad field. Telepath, a person with telepathic ability, capable of reading the thoughts of others around them. Telepath, simple past and past participle of telepath. Telepathetic, mad at telepathy. Telepathetically, alternative form of telepathically. Telepathic, of, relating to, or using telepathy. Telepathically, by means of telepathy. Telepathies, plural of telepathy. Telepathine, the active chemical constituent of Banisteriopsis caapi, a key plant ingredient in the preparation of ayahuasca, later found to be the same chemical as harmine. Telepathing, present participle and gerund of telepath. Telepathize, alternative spelling of telepathize. Telepathized, simple past and past participle of telepathize. Telepathizes, third person singular simple present indicative of telepathize. Telepathizing, present participle and gerund of telepathize. Telepathists, someone with telepathic powers. Telepathists, plural of telepathists. Telepathize, to establish contact with or to receive via telepathy. Telepathize, simple past and past participle of telepathize. Telepathizes, third person singular simple present indicative of telepathize. Telepathizing, present participle and gerund of telepathize. Telepathogram, a nominal telegram sent telepathically. Telepathograms, plural of telepathogram. Telepathologic, relating to telepathology. Telepathological, relating to telepathology. Telepathologist, a pathologist whose specialty is telepathology. Telepathologists, plural of telepathologists. Telepathology, pathology services provided remotely via telecommunications, cytopathology and histopathology image interpretation delivered digitally. Telepaths, plural of telepath. Telepathy. The capability to communicate directly by psychic means, the sympathetic affection of one mind by the thoughts, feelings, or emotions of another at a distance without communication through the ordinary channels of sensation. Telepathian. A patient who uses a telehealth service to receive advice or treatment from another location. Telepatients. Plural of telepatient. Telepayment. Payment made by telecommunications. Telepayments. Plural of telepayment. Telepediatry. Alternative form of telepediatric. Telepediatrics. Alternative form of telepediatrics. Telepeptide. Misspelling of telepeptide. Telepersonals. Personals advertisements by which individuals attempt to meet placed over a distance as by telephone or internet. Telepheme. A message transmitted by telephone. Telephemes. Plural of telepheme. Telephobia. A fear or dislike of talking on the telephone. Telephobic. Having a fear or dislike of speaking on the telephone. Telephonable. Contactable by telephone. Telephone. A telecommunication device originally mechanical and now electronic, used for two-way talking with another person, now often shortened to phone. Telephone alphabet. Synonym of spelling alphabet. Telephone alphabets. Plural of telephone alphabet. Telephone answering machine. Synonym of answering machine. Telephone answering machines. Plural of telephone answering machine. Telephone book. A printed telephone directory. Telephone books. Plural of telephone book. Telephone booth. A small enclosure housing a public telephone. Telephone booths. Plural of telephone booth. Telephone box. A small enclosure housing a public telephone, usually a payphone. Telephone boxes. Plural of telephone box. Telephone call. A connection established over a telephone network between two parties. Telephone calls. Plural of telephone call. Telephone card. A plastic card used to pay for telephone services. Telephone cards. Plural of telephone card. Telephone conference. A conference held by telephone, an arranged phone call between more than two parties. Telephone conferences. Plural of telephone conference. Telephone desk. A very small desk for writing notes while speaking on a telephone, and in some cases to support the telephone or hold telephone books. Telephone desks. Plural of telephone desk. Telephone directories. Plural of telephone directory. Telephone books. Telephone desks. Plural of telephone desk. Telephone directories. Plural of telephone directory. Telephone directory. A listing of telephone subscribers in a specific geographical area together with their telephone numbers and, sometimes, a street address. Telephone exchange. Any equipment that establishes connections between telephones. Telephone exchanges. Plural of telephone exchange. Telephone game. Synonym of Chinese whispers. Telephone girl. A female telephone operator. Telephone girls. Plural of telephone girl. Telephone jack. A jack on a wall used to connect a telephone to the telephone line. Telephone jacks. Plural of telephone jack. Telephone kiosk. A telephone booth. Telephone kiosks. Plural of telephone Phone kiosk. Telephone line. The infrastructure which allows a single telephone to be connected to the network and conduct independent calls. Telephone lines. Plural of telephone line. Telephone number. The sequence of digits used to identify a particular destination telephone in a network. Telephone numbers. Plural of telephone number. Telephone operator. A person who operates a telephone switchboard. Telephone operators. Plural of telephone operator. Telephone pole. A utility pole that supports telephone lines. Telephone poles. Plural of telephone pole. Telephone ring. A ringing noise made by a telephone bell to announce an incoming call. Telephone rings. Plural of telephone ring. Telephone scatology. The practice of making obscene telephone calls for sexual gratification. Telephone sex. Synonym of phone sex. Telephone shower. A shower equipped with a shower head that is attached to a long hose, somewhat resembling a traditional landline handset, used to more precisely aim the water stream at the bather. Telephone showers. Plural of telephone shower. Telephone tag. A situation in which a person unsuccessfully attempts to contact another person by telephone and leaves a message instead, and in which the second person then unsuccessfully attempts to return the initial call and leaves a message for the first person, and so on, as if the two are playing a game of tag in which the most recent person to have been left with a message is now designated as, i.e., as the player now obliged to chase the other and to attempt anew to make contact. Telephone bell. A small bell installed in a telephone which rings to announce incoming calls. Telephone bells. Plural of telephone bell. Telephone. Simple past and past participle of telephone. Telephoneless. Without a telephone. Telephone-like. Resembling a telephone or something associated with a telephone. Telephoner. A person who telephones, especially one who does so for a commercial organization. Telephoners. Plural of telephoner. Telephones. Plural of telephone. Telephone. Of. Pertaining to, or transmitted by telephony. Telephonically. Using a telephone by means of a telephone. Telephonicae. Alternative form of phonicate. Telephonicated. Simple past and past participle of telephonicate. Telephonicates. Third person singular simple present indicative of telephonicate. Telephonicating. Present participle and gerund of telephonicate. Telephonophilia. Sexual arousal from making obscene telephone calls. Telephonies. Plural of telephony. Telephoning. Present participle and gerund of telephone. Telephonings. Plural of telephoning. Telephoness. A telephone operator. Telephonists. Plural of telephonist. Telephonitis. A tendency to use the telephone excessively. Telephonograph. A device for the recording and transmission of sound. Telephonographic. Relating to the telephonograph. Telephonographs. Plural of telephonograph. Telephonology. The study of telephones. Telephonometric. Relating to the measurement of sound transmitted telephonically. Telephonophile. a lover of telephones. Telephonophiles, plural of telephonophile. Telephonophobia, a fear of talking on the telephone. Telephonophobic, having or relating to telephonophobia. Telephony, the act of sound transmission via the electromagnetic spectrum. Telephote, a telectric device for producing images of visible objects at a distance. Telephotes, plural of telephote. Telephoto, of or pertaining to a lens system used to produce an enlarged image of a distant object. Telephoto lens, a lens having a long focal length which produces a magnified view of distant objects. Telephoto lenses, plural of telephoto lens. Telephoto, simple past and past participle of telephoto. Telephotograph, a photograph taken with a telephoto lens. Telephotograph, simple past and past participle of telephotograph. Telephotographer, a photographer who uses a telephoto lens. Telephotographers, plural of telephotographer. Telephotographic, of or pertaining to telephotography. Telephotographic lens, a telephoto lens. Telephotographic lenses, plural of telephotographic lens. Telephotographing, present participle and gerund of telephotograph. Telephotographs, plural of telephotograph. Telephotography, photography of distant subjects using a telephoto lens. Telephotoing, present participle and gerund of telephoto. Telephotometer, a kind of photometer that incorporates a telescope. Telephotometers, plural of telephotometer. Telephotos, plural of telephoto. Telephus, the son of Heracles and Auge, he was adopted by Teuthras, the king of Mysia, in Asia Minor, whom he succeeded as king, and was both wounded and later healed by Achilles. Telepe, telefilm. Telepix, plural of telepic. Telepicture, synonym of telefilm. Telepictures, plural of telepicture. Telepistemological, relating to telepistemology. Telepistemology, the study of robotic telepresence and its influence on the nature of belief, knowledge, and experience. Teleplane, capable of dispersal over a great distance. Teleplasm, ectoplasm. Teleplasme, relating to teleplasm. Teleplasms, plural of teleplasm. Teleplaste, of or relating to the materialization of spiritualistic phenomena. Teleplay, a script formatted like a screenplay for cinema, but written to be made into an episode of a television show. Teleplays, plural of teleplay. Teleplaywright, a playwright who writes for television. Teleplaywrights, plural of teleplaywright. Telepoint, a base station to which users of early mobile phones could connect in order to place but not receive calls. Telepointer, a cursor used to mark the point on a screen display at which the presenter is pointing. Telepointers, plural of telepointer. Telepoints, plural of telepoint. Telepolariscope, a polariscope designed to be attached to a telescope. Telepolariscopes, plural of telepolariscope. Telepolitico, relating to telepolitics. Telepolitics, the use of telecommunications or television broadcasts as a tool in politics. Telepole, a poll carried out by telephone. Telepolling, the process of carrying out a poll by telephone. Telepoles, plural of telepole. Teleport, to travel, often instantaneously, from one point to another without physically crossing the distance between the 2 points. Teleportable, able to be teleported. Teleportage, teleportation. Teleportal, a teleporter, a device for instantaneous travel. Teleportals, plural of teleportal. Teleportation, any of many mostly hypothetical or fictional processes of moving matter from one spatial point to another without physically crossing the space in between, and which are often depicted or described as happening instantaneously and through dematerialization or gateways. Teleportational, synonym of teleportative. Teleportations, plural of teleportation. Teleportative, of relating to or using teleportation. Teleport, simple past and past participle of teleport. Teleporter, a person who teleports. Teleporters, plural of teleporter. Teleporting, present participle and gerund of teleport. Teleportitis, in some roguelike games, an intrinsic ability that causes the player's character to teleport from place to place without warning. Teleports, third person singular simple present indicative of teleport. Telepost, a message of up to 100 words transmitted by telegraph at the post office. Teleposts, plural of telepost. Telepractice, the practice of telemedicine. Telepractices, plural of telepractice. Telepractitioner, a practitioner of telemedicine. Telepractices, plural of telepractice. Telepractitioner, a practitioner of telemedicine. Telepractitioners, plural of telepractitioner. Telepresence, virtual presence in another physical location by means of telecommunication technology. Telepresences, plural of telepresence. Telepresencing, the use of telepresence technologies. Telepresent, virtually present in another physical location by means of telecommunication technology. Telepresenter, a medical assistant who is present with the patient during a teleconsultation led by a remote physician. Telepresenters, plural of telepresenter. Teleprint, a document reproduced by a teleprinter. Teleprinted, simple past and past participle of teleprint. Teleprinter, synonym of teletype, a telegraph that automatically prints transmitted messages in letters rather than Morse code or other symbols. Teleprinters, plural of teleprinter. Teleprinting, the use of a teleprinter. Teleprints, plural of teleprint. Teleprocessing, the exchange of data between computers or between a central computer and terminals via telecommunications links, data communications. Teleprocessor, a device that performs teleprocessing. Teleprocessors, plural of teleprocessor. Teleproctoring, remote proctoring typically of an examination. Teleprogram, any computer program acquired as telesoftware. Teleprogram, television program. Teleprogrammed, programmed remotely. Teleprograms, plural of teleprogram. Teleprogramming, the programming of a robot, etc. remotely. Teleprograms, plural of teleprogram. Teleprompt. To prompt a speaker by means of a teleprompter displaying the text that is to be read. Teleprompted. Simple past and past participle of teleprompt. Teleprompter. A device placed near or on a television camera that displays scrolling text, allowing a person to read a script while appearing to speak spontaneously to the camera. Teleprompterless. Without a teleprompter. Teleprompters, plural of teleprompter. Teleprompting, present participle and gerund of teleprompt. Teleprompts, third person singular simple present indicative of teleprompt. Telepsychiatric, pertaining to telepsychiatry. Telepsychiatrist, a psychiatrist who deals with physically remote patients by means of telecommunication or computer networks. Telepsychiatrists, plural of telepsychiatrists. Telepsychiatry, psychiatry carried out remotely using audiovisual telecommunications between doctor and patient. Telepsychic, having psychic ability that works over a distance. Telepsychics, plural of telepsychic. Telepsychological, relating to telepsychology. Telepsychologist, a practitioner of telepsychology. Telepsychologists, plural of telepsychologists. Telepsychology, psychology carried out remotely using audiovisual telecommunications between doctor and patient. Telepublish, to publish material by disseminating it over a telecommunication network. Telepublish, simple past and past participle of telepublish. Telepublisher, one who telepublishes. Telepubliers, plural of telepublisher. Telepublius, third person singular simple present indicative of telepublish. Telepublishing, present participle and gerund of telepublish. Telepubet, a remotely controlled robot for carrying out physical tasks in a space environment. Telepuppet, plural of telepuppet. Teleputer, telecomputer. Teleputers, plural of teleputer. Teller, a form of bread resembling a bolillo but having a more rounded shape and divided into 3 sections and usually softer. Televideo, a device that acts as a radio transmitter and receiver for an individual operator. Teleradiograph, an image produced by teleradiography. Teleradiograms, plural of teleradiograph. Teleradiograph, a radiograph transmitted by teleradiography. Teleradiography, of or relating to teleradiography. Teleradiograph, plural of teleradiograph. Teleradiography, the use of telecommunications to transmit the results of radiography. Teleradiology, alternative form of teleradiological. Teleradiological, of or relating to teleradiology. Teleradiologist, one who works in teleradiology. Teleradiologists, plural of teleradiologists. Teleradiology, radiology services provided remotely via telecommunications, a means of electronically transmitting radiologic images and consultative text from location to another, even over long distances. Teleradiophone, an adaptation of the photophone to telegraphy. Teleradiophones, plural of teleradiophone. Teleradios, plural of teleradio. Teleradiotherapy, radiotherapy using a remote source of radiation. Teleradium. Teletherapy using radium. Teleron. A system for aircraft guidance and air traffic control that displays a televised picture of a ground radar image to the pilot. Teleris. Plural of telera. Telehality. The supposed reality conveyed by television. Telereceiver. The receiving device in a teletransmission system. Telereceivers. Plural of telereceiver. Telereception. The detection and reception of stimuli distant from the body, typically the senses of hearing, sight, and smell. Telereceptive. Relating to the detection and reception of stimuli distant from the body, typically the senses of hearing, sight, and smell. Telerecord. To record for subsequent broadcast via television. Telerecorded. Recorded using telerecording. Telerecording. A recording of a television broadcast made while it is being transmitted, especially by filming the picture from a monitor screen. The process of making such a recording. Telerecordings. Plural of telerecording. Telerecords. Third person singular simple present indicative of telerecord. Teleregulation. Regulation by means of telemonitoring. Telerehab. Clipping of telerehabilitation. Telerehabilitation. Rehabilitation as of a drug user by means of telecommunications or a computer network. Telereloscope. An enhanced relascope that can be used at a distance. Telereloscopes. Plural of telereloscope. Telege. Relating to telegy. Telegical. Alternative form of telegic. Telegy. Automatism. Telerobot. A robot that can be controlled remotely. A telerobotic system. Telerobotic. Of or pertaining to telerobotics. Telerobotically. By means of telerobotics. Teleroboticist. One who works in the field of telerobotics. Teleroboticists. Plural of teleroboticists. Telerobotics. The remote control of robotic systems. Telerobots. Plural of telerobot. Telerongenography. Synonym of teleradiography. Elis. Plural of tela. Telas Pires. A river that flows through the state of Mato Grosso, Brazil, and whose lower part marks the border between Mato Grosso and Pará. Telesale. A sale made through telemarketing. Telesales. Telemarketing. Telesalesman. Synonym of telemarketer. Telesalesman. Plural of telesalesman. Telesalespeople. Plural of telesalesperson. Telesalesperson. A telemarketer. Telesalespersons. Plural of telesalesperson. Telesatellite. A telecommunications satellite. Telesatellites. Plural of telesatellite. Telescanner. A scanner, especially one able to collect information from far away. Telescanners. Plural of telescanner. Telescience. The remote control of scientific apparatus, such as those on spacecraft. Telescientific. Of or relating to telescience. Telescopable. Capable of being telescoped, that is expanded and contracted linearly in sections that slide over one another. Telescope. A monocular optical instrument that magnifies distant objects, especially in astronomy. Telescope bag. An adjustable traveling bag consisting of two cases, the larger slipping over the other. Telescope bags, plural of telescope bag. Telescope house, a house with multiple extensions connected serially, decreasing in size. Telescope houses, plural of telescope house. Telescope peak, the summit of a desert mountain, the highest point within Death Valley National Park in California, United States. Telescope word, synonym of portmanteau word. Telescope words, plural of telescope word. Telescope, simple past and past participle of telescope. Telescope fish, any of several deep-sea olipiform fish of the family Giganteridae having tubular eyes. Telescope fishes, plural of telescope fish. Telescoper, that which telescopes, particularly in the mathematical sense. Telescopers, plural of telescoper. Telescopes, plural of telescope. Telescope, pertaining to or carried out by means of a telescope. Telescopic sight, a device used, for example, on a rifle in aiming a projectile through which the person aiming looks at the intended target. Telescopic sights, plural of telescopic sight. Telescopic star, a star that is fainter than 7th magnitude in apparent magnitude and therefore in most cases is not visible to the naked eye. Telescopic stars, plural of telescopic star. Telescopical, alternative form of telescopic. Telescopically, by means of a telescope. Telescopies, plural of telescopy. Telescopiform, shaped like a telescope with retractile tubular portions. Telescoping, present participle and gerund of telescope. Telescopings, plural of telescoping. Telescopist, someone who uses a telescope. Telescopists, plural of telescopists. Telescopium, a small faint constellation of the southern winter sky, said to resemble a telescope. It lies south of the constellation of Corona Australis. Telescopy, the manufacture and use of telescopes. Telescreen, a screen for broadcasting television or similar media. Telescreening, remote screening for a disease. Telescreens, plural of telescreen. Telescript, synonym of teleplay. Telescriptor, synonym of teleprinter. Telescriptors, plural of telescriptor. Telescripts, plural of telescript. Teleseism, a seismic movement or shock far from the recording instrument. Teleseismic, of, pertaining to, or detected by teleseismology. Teleseismological, relating to teleseismology. Teleseismology, the branch of seismology that records and studies distant seismic events. Teleseisms, plural of teleseism. Teleseller, a salesperson working in telesales. Telesellers, plural of teleseller. Teleselling, telesales. Telesame, a system of apparatus for electric signals providing for automatic transmission of a number of predetermined signals or calls, as in connection with hotel annunciators. Teleseams, plural of teleseam. Teleseminar, a seminar conducted over a telephone, set up as a conference call. Teleseminars, plural of teleseminar. Teleson, an electric instrument, a variant of the shamisen. Telesons, plural of teleson. Teleserial, a television serial, a series broadcast on television. Teleserials, plural of teleserial. Teleseries, television series of any other genre alongside drama. Teleservice, any service or function provided by means of a telecommunication link. Teleservices, plural of teleservice. Teleser, a Philippine television drama, serialized in the manner of a soap opera. Telesers, plural of teleser. Teleshopper, one who engages in home shopping via television. Teleshoppers, plural of teleshopper. Teleshopping, shopping from home in response to offers on television advertising or shopping channels. Teleshow, a television show. Teleshows, plural of teleshow. Tele, sapphire precious stone. Teles, plural of telesia. Telesis, directed social advancement via education and the scientific method. Telem, a magical talisman, amulet, or charm. Telesbatic, of or relating to telisms, magical. Telesmatically, by means of a telism or magical charm. Telesme, obsolete form of telism. Telesmes, plural of telesme. Telems, plural of telism. Telesoftware, the broadcasting of software for home computers via teletext, view data systems, etc. Telesomatic, relating to physical sensations or symptoms that are shared by people who are distant from each other, as if by some kind of telepathy. Telesomatically, in a telesomatic manner. Telesonic, using sound over a distance. Telesonography, ultrasound sonography interpreted remotely. Telespectator, one who witnesses an event on television. Telespectators, plural of telespectator. Telespectrograph, a spectrograph built into a telescope. Telespectrographs, plural of telespectrograph. Telespectroradiometer, a telescopic spectroradiometer. Telespectroradiometers, plural of telespectroradiometer. Telespectroscope, a spectroscope designed to be attached to a telescope for observation of distant objects, such as stars. Telespectroscopes, plural of telespectroscope. Telespectroscopic, relating to the telespectroscope. Telesphoros, a god's-eye personification of recuperation from illness or injury. He is a healer and a son of Asclepius and Epion. Telespore, televised sport. Telesar, a city mentioned in 2 Kings 19:12 and Isaiah 37:12 as the destroyed city of the children of Eden. Telestation, a remote facility that sends telemetry or other data to a central facility. Telestations, plural of telestation. Telestereograph, an instrument for telegraphically transmitting a picture. Telestereographs, plural of telestereograph. Telestereography, the use of the telestereograph. Telestereoscope, a binocular telescope used for producing a stereoscopic image of a distant object. Telestereoscopes, plural of telestereoscope. Telestereoscopic, relating to the telestereoscope. Telestereoscopical, alternative form of telestereoscopic. Telestereoscopy, the use of the telestereoscope. Telesteria, a building used to celebrate sacred rites in ancient Greece. Telesthesia, extrasensory perception. Telestheias, plural of telesthesia. Telestio, of or pertaining to the lowest degree of glory. Teleste, of or pertaining to religious mysteries. Telestich, an acrostic whose message is spelled out in the final letters of each line. Telestich, plural of telestich. Telestichs, plural of telestick. Telesto, a sea goddess in Greek mythology. Telestration, the process of sketching with a telestrator. Telestrator, a device that allows its operator to draw a freehand sketch over a motion picture image. Telestrators, plural of telestrator. Telestroke, the use of telemedicine to treat a patient who has had a stroke. Telestudio, a television studio. Telestudios, plural of telestudio. Telesupervision, remote supervision. Telesupport, support for a product, etc. by telephone. Telesupporter, a person who supplies telesupport. Telesupporters, plural of telesupporter. Telesurgeon, one who controls the actions of a telesurgery system. Telesurgeons, plural of telesurgeon. Telesurgeries, plural of telesurgery. Telesurgery, surgery performed by robotic equipment which is monitored and controlled from a remote site. Telesurgical, relating to telesurgery. Telesurveillance, remote surveillance using a video camera. Telesurvey, a survey carried out by telephone. Telesurveys, plural of telesurvey. Teleswitch, a switch operated remotely by radio signals. Teleswitches, plural of teleswitch. Teleswitching, the use of a teleswitch. Telesync, a bootlegged video copy of a movie shot in a movie theater, often with a professional camera on a tripod in the projection booth and with a direct connection to the sound source. Telesyncs, plural of telesync. Telesystolic, relating to the end of ventricular systole. Teletactile, relating to the transmission of physical touch over a telecommunication network. Teledactylity, the condition of being teletactile. Teletactor, an electrotactile device that converts sounds into tactile sensations to assist the hearing impaired. Teletactors, plural of teletactor. Teletade, a message of up to 200 words transmitted by telegraph at the post office. Teletapes, plural of teletape. Teleteacher, a teacher who teaches physically remote students by means of telecommunication or computer networks. Teleteachers, plural of teleteacher. Teleteaching, teaching by means of telecommunication or computer networks. Teletechnological, relating to teletechnology. Teletechnologies, plural of teletechnology. Teletechnology, technology that operates remotely. Teletext, a text and document communications service provided over telephone lines, designed as an upgrade to the conventional telex service but rapidly superseded by electronic mail. Teletexts, plural of teletext. Teledex, a text-based information retrieval system using television sets with a suitable decoder developed by the